My great kingdom of Italy. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 301. The arrow is on the string. Make up for the day before yesterday. Simoni's telegram was quickly sent to Rome, and Menelik's II's request also caused an uproar among the top government officials regarding Menelik's II's request. Most senior officials believed that his ambition was untamable and was not conducive to Italy's control of this land. Some people even say that if the Abyssinians are given so many weapons, then Italy will shoot itself in the foot, and they will inevitably betray Italy. Point in the face of the overwhelming opposition. Some people think that it is entirely possible to take a gamble. The reason is that Italy's strength can completely suppress the Abyssinians. However, due to the overwhelming opposition, these voices of support were completely ignored. Point of course, the differences within the government are not a priority for Prime Minister Desperatius. He needs to know what His Majesty means first. Your Majesty, this is the current situation of the government, Carlo said immediately after listening to the Prime Minister's report on the government's attitude. The military's attitude is very different from yours. They are very willing to facilitate this transaction. Yes, the hawkish military is very happy with the Abyssinians buying arms, because the Abyssinians mainly wanted to deal with the Sudanese, although Italy could not personally end the war. If Abyssinia attacked Sudan and ceded territory to pay compensation, it would also expand Italy's sphere of influence in East Africa in disguise. Point as for whether the Abyssinians are rebellious after their strength has greatly increased. To paraphrase the words of Marshal Cardona, Minister of War, if we can hit him once, we can hit him a second time. Point. When Carlo told the military's attitude, Prime Minister Desperatius was somewhat disapproving. Your Majesty, although the attitude of the military can be used as a reference, I think it is not sufficient at all. You must know that the last war between our country and the Abyssinians cost more than 200 million lire. Although the Abyssinians are still considered submissive, but the situation is not unchanged. If there is a next time, how much should it cost? Carlo also knew what the Prime Minister meant. Although the Abyssinians are currently respectful to Italy, there is still the possibility of rebellion. Perhaps under the instigation of thoughtful people, the Abyssinians might raise the flag of rebellion. Moreover, selling such a large amount of arms to the Abyssinians is obviously more beneficial to them. However, Prime Minister Desperatius has said so much, but the final decision still lies with Carlo. Although he also knew that the Prime Minister's concerns were not impossible, Carlo always thought that this was not good. As for why it wasn't good, he couldn't tell. Maybe it was a cognitive issue. Carlo believed that a surrendered vassal country like Abyssinia was like a younger brother, and Italy had to make its younger brother drink soup when eating meat. An approach that only exploits, but does not give benefits, will not last long. Of course, if this dependent country is called India, that would be another story. It would be a kindness not to knock India's bones and suck out its marrow. After all, Indians are pursuing the afterlife, and suffering in this life is to prepare for happiness in the next life. The more suffering you suffer in this life, the happier you will be in the next life. Maybe you will be directly promoted from a Sudra in this life to a Brahmin in the next life, and everything will be worth it. Just follow the military's advice and agree to the Abyssinians' request. His Majesty, Carlo's words shocked the Prime Minister. Facing the Prime Minister who stopped him, he looked at him. Prime Minister, this matter has been decided. The more important thing for the government at the moment is to find out the attitudes of various countries. Governor Antonio is waiting very impatiently. Yes, what Carlo said is the most important thing for the Italian government at the moment. Compared with this, Abyssinia's purchase of arms is a trivial matter. After years of development, Italian Borneo has finally reached saturation, and now Italian Borneo is eyeing Dutch Borneo. In fact, it is not certain that the development of Italian Borneo has been completed. There are still a large number of virgin jungles in Italian Borneo, but the development costs of these places are too high. As an investor, the most important thing is the rate of return, so there is no better place than Dutch Borneo, which is just sitting there and doing nothing. The main thing is to bully the Dutch. Italy has no pressure at all. As long as it can deal with the British, everything else will be easy. The previous riots planned by Governor Antonio still did not make the Dutch let go. Since softness is not enough, then let's be tough. So, when Governor Antonio sent back a secret letter 6 months ago, Rome agreed without much thought. After all, for the Italian government, the Borneo colony was a major source of financial revenue. Although this place is not suitable for growing food, it is very good for growing tropical cash crops, whether it is rubber, pepper, or other cash crops. As for why we only asked the British for their opinions, the reason is very simple. Currently in Southeast Asia, Italy attaches great importance to the opinions of the British, because the British are the most powerful. Of course, Italy does not ignore the opinions of other countries, but considering the current situation, it cannot do so, even if it wants to. Because Italy is invading the interests of the Dutch this time, other countries must be opposed. Although the French are not weak in Southeast Asia, they pay more attention to Indochina and South China. As for the Spaniards, it would be good if they could keep their Philippines. The declining Spaniards have only a few ancestral legacies, but many people are making plans. Provoking Italy is not a wise choice, as the Dutch are destined victims. Italy does not care about their attitude. So after a while, the attitude of the British is still the most important this time. Faced with the King's inquiry, Prime Minister Desperate said immediately, "Your Majesty, we have talked with the British. However, the British demand a high price. They require our country to open the Borneo colony to British merchants and not set up obstacles to their investment." Carlo couldn't help but frown after hearing the Prime Minister's words. Have the British not given in at all? The reason Carlo asked this was also to know the attitude of the British. This was a condition from the beginning, and the British did not give in at all. After hearing the Prime Minister's words, Carlo quickly grasped the point. So, the attitude of the British has changed, shouldn't it? Don't blame Carlo for saying this. During the previous negotiations with the Dutch, there were loopholes in the treaty that did not include the remaining colonies in Borneo. Although the Dutch were not willing, all other countries acquiesced at that time. Could this have changed? Carlo was right. Changes had indeed occurred. This is to blame. Former Prime Minister Caroli was too successful in building Italian Borneo. The former Prime Minister left behind a colony that earned nearly 100 million a year, which made the British jealous. For this reason, London was more than once accused of leaving this colony to Italy. Of course, these accusations are a bit excessive. Before Italy took it over, no other country thought of investing money here. When Italy invested a lot of money to develop it, it started to be jealous again. Don't look at Italy's prosperity in Borneo. The British are not bad either, and their Malayan colonies also earn a lot of money, which is much higher than the Italian colony. However, although Carlo didn't understand where the variables were, he still had an arrow on the string and had to take action. Since the British won't relent, let's continue talking. We don't need to raise our conditions. The British will naturally relent when the time comes. Of course, Prime Minister Desperatus understands what Carlo said. What does your Majesty mean? Carlo pointed it out directly. Yes, sometimes you don't have to care too much about other people's attitudes. That's right. Carlo plans to force himself. He did not believe that the British would declare war on Italy on behalf of the Dutch. Sometimes showing a tough attitude will make others respect you. Carlo thinks there is nothing wrong with showing Italy's attitude now. Of course, he was confident in saying this because the Navy, which he relied on the most, had a secret weapon. Chapter 302, the Navy's secret weapon, updated from yesterday. Taranto military port is currently the main berthing place of the Italian Navy, and most of the Italian Navy ships will be berthed here. From the 5 Durius and their improvements to the most advanced Torino class, the development of the Italian Navy can be seen here. Of course, the 3 Turin class ships and the 2 Venice class ships cannot be seen at any time. If you had seen them 2 or 3 months earlier, they were still undergoing modifications in the dock, and you would not have seen them at all. Of course, you can't see it now, if you want to, because the masts of these 5 ships are all surrounded. Of course, if you look carefully, you can find that it is not just these 5 warships that are surrounded, but many masts of other warships are also surrounded. As for what is going on inside, of course, as an outsider, I don't know, but as the captain of the Venetia, Colonel Gomes definitely knows what it is. Colonel Gomes, yes, a colonel. In the second year after the Italian-Austrian War, Gomes was promoted to colonel. It can be said that it took Gomes less than 10 years to rise from a low-level lieutenant to a high-level colonel in the Navy. It can be said that Gomes' promotion path in the Navy can be described as taking an elevator. After all, the promotion of most officers in the Navy can be described as thousands of troops crossing a single plank bridge. But who put Gomes on the top brass of the Navy? As an excellent naval officer, Gomes is well deserved. There are only a handful of people in the Navy who are similar in age to Gomes and are more outstanding. Among them, Colonel Leifer, his friend, is undoubtedly the most dazzling one. He was promoted faster than Gomes in the military ranks, which can be seen through his position as captain of the battleship Turin. But there was nothing that could be done about it. Leifer had served as the king's adjutant, and his record was better than others. He was on his own battleship, looking at the newly renovated communications room in front of him, listening to the explanation of the communications officer who had just completed training, and the stupid and thick equipment in front of him. Captain, this is the transceiver. This is the code translator. We can receive or send information through the transceiver. I have heard that the code translator can translate the code. After listening to the communications officer's story, Colonel Gomes asked a key question. How far is the furthest nautical mile that a telegram can be received? Yes, being a good naval officer, Colonel Gomes was most interested in communication distance. Because communication is very important to the Navy, it involves all aspects of the Navy. Take the simplest example of night communication. Without radio, the Navy's night communication is better than nothing. It basically relies on communication ships. Generally speaking, except for emergencies, the Navy rarely uses communication ships at night because it is unsafe. With the advent of radio, naval communications have become much better, and this only counts nighttime communications. If it involves command and investigation and other aspects, it will be much more especially in terms of command. Current naval battle command in various countries basically relies on semaphores and lights, which can only convey simple information, are extremely disruptive, and have serious delays. This is very backward in a battlefield where every second counts. Of course, this is when there is radio communication. Therefore, radio is very important, and it will also change the weapon of battlefield command. As the commander, Colonel Gomes needs to understand this wireless message before he can make reasonable arrangements. This equipment can guarantee a maximum communication distance of 50 nautical miles under good weather conditions. As for the worst thunderstorm weather, the distance is only 20 nautical miles. After hearing what the communications officer said, Colonel Gomes said he already knew. Although for future generations, this distance is simply garbage that should be thrown into the sea. But for now, it's simply high-tech. Therefore, Colonel Gomes was not dissatisfied, but was extremely satisfied. Of course, it wasn't just him. The Navy was also extremely satisfied with this, otherwise they wouldn't have purchased 20 stupidly large radios from the Marconi Telegraph Company and installed them on the warships. Yes, this Marconi Telegraph Company was the Marconi of the young genius Guglielmo Marconi. After the successful invention of radio, Marconi, with the help of his teacher Tesla, continued to invest money in improving radio, striving to make its communication range longer. Of course, in view of the current limitations of technology and materials, if you want to increase the communication distance, you can only use high power. Therefore, the ones currently produced by Marconi Telegraph Company are stupid and thick. One is bigger than the other, and they are far from the small ones in movies and TV shows. The telegraph machine is still missing. The Marconi Telegraph Company has just opened. Due to confidentiality reasons, Marconi had been improving radio before. After it became initially practical, the telegraph company named after him also opened. With the equipment of the Navy, I believe that Marconi Telegraph Company will receive other orders soon. As long as it is equipped, it will not be kept secret for too long. which will also facilitate the technological expansion of Marconi Telegraph Company. Point of course, in this newly opened company, Marconi invested 15% in technology. Of course, this alone is not enough. Unlike Tesla, who was impoverished at the time, Marconi's family was very well off, and he himself also had business acumen. In addition, Carlo wanted to win over Marconi, so Marconi Nagia himself spent another money to let it occupy 30% of the shares of the telegraph company. We can come to an end with the Marconi Telegraph Company matter for now. As for Colonel Gomes, after learning about the role of wireless telegraphy, he immediately returned to his residence and prepared to write an article on the role of radio on cruise formations, published in Navy Weekly. Although he also knew that after the large-scale installation of radios in warships, there would be a lot of articles like this, it was also a way to gain fame, and he had no reason to give up. If you want your Navy colleagues to know more about yourself, this is indeed a good way. After all, the next higher level is the general level, and if a school level officer wants to become a general, he still needs to have some reputation. Just when he returned to his residence and was about to start, he unexpectedly received a visit from his friend, Gomez. "I knew you were here." The visitor with an enthusiastic face was Leifa, and he came to Gomes familiarly. "Hey, I'm going to write an article on radio usage." Seeing his friend, Gomes put down his pen. "Yes, if I don't work harder, I will be thrown away by you again. It would be good to have been an adjutant." "Don't be so stingy. I was promoted 2 years earlier than you. We are already on the same level now. Don't worry, from now on I will command the battleship formation, and you will command the cruiser formation. We will join forces and let everyone know our strength." Sharp. The conversation between the two was also informal, and they dared not say anything. This is also the reason why the two became friends. Sometimes it is really important to cherish each other. By the way, are you planning to help me correct my article when you come to me this time? What are you thinking about? I came here this time to tell you that I have a mission. When Gomes heard about the mission, he immediately became energetic. Is it the mission of the Dutch? The Navy had previously held briefings on the tasks Gomes mentioned, and the captains of the battleships that needed to be redeployed received some hints facing Gomez's words. Leifa nodded in agreement. This time Gomes was even happier. "When to set off?" "We will set off in 10 days. We will first go to East Africa to get close to the 1st Guards Division, and then go directly to Pontianak." "Look, what else can you say? You even know the news before us." Faced with his friend's playful accusation, Leifa smiled. "Even if I don't say anything, I will inform everyone tomorrow." "Well, it's not like you don't know. I'm not really complaining. I hope the Dutch will be wise this time. Otherwise, it will be a show of the results of my years of training on the Venetian." Chapter 303. The wind rises in the South Seas. As the capital of Italian Borneo, Pontianak's port is also one of the few large ports in Southeast Asia. It is extremely busy. Ships carry goods in and out of the port every day, adding to the prosperity of Pontianak. But today, Pontianak port looks a little different, because there are very few ships entering and exiting Pontianak port today, because today is a day when the Italian task force arrives, and not only the fleet is arriving, but also the transport fleet carrying all the members of the 1st Guards Division under its protection is also docking. The crowd that greeted them on the pier was a sea of people, and everyone was eagerly looking forward to the arrival of the Italian army. Moreover, there are enthusiastic people who are welcoming the crowd to many unsuspecting people and educating them about the situation of the guards. These guards are the personal soldiers of the Italian emperor. Do you know that the royal guards are specially sent to stand guard for the emperor? They are all big and round, and one of them can fight 10. This is obviously a boast made by someone who doesn't know how to pretend to understand. Of course, there are also people who really understand. This Guards is the loyal army of the King of Italy. It is not wrong to regard it as the Praetorian Guards. However, this Guards may be able to fight tough battles, but it is not an embroidered pillow. They have been present in Italy's several wars before. In my opinion, maybe this time I'm just here to beat up the Dutch. Well, as soon as the Dutch were mentioned, the crowd immediately became excited. It's Good to beat up the Dutchman. Isn't the Dutchman a thing? It's just that the Dutch are just bandits. Dutch, well, not many Chinese in Pontianak say good things about the Dutch. Over the years of colonization, the Dutch have gained a good reputation in Southeast Asia. Of course, this was also guided by the local colonial government. Whenever the Dutch oppressed the Chinese, the Italian colonial government helped publicize it. This caused many Chinese in the Dutch colonies to go to the Italian colonies. Of course, most of these people came with their wealth. You must know that apart from the colonists, the Chinese are the richest in Nanyang Point. This trick is the favorite of former Prime Minister Caroli. He is afraid of comparison in everything. After comparison, the Chinese will know who is the best. Point. The current situation is the best explanation. Italy's good reputation over the years has led to its current results. Of course, as the newly arrived 1st Guards Division, they naturally have to present their good side to the people who greet them. Therefore, each ship of the 1st Guards Division selected the best officers and soldiers. Seasickness is inevitable during sea transportation, let alone long distances, to form a capable force, which appeared in front of everyone full of energy and fully armed. Looking at the mighty Guards officers and soldiers, the crowd's cheers immediately reached their peak point regarding the treatment of the Guards. The accompanying Navy officers and soldiers showed envy. Although they drive giant steel ships across the sea, the crowd will focus more on the warships and pay less attention to the naval officers and soldiers. Naturally, it is rare to feel that thousands of people are focused on them. Lieutenant General Alvaro, as the commander of the task force, also has a deep understanding of the envious looks of his subordinates, but he is not doing it for the cheers of the crowd. Well, what Vice Admiral Alvaro knows well is watching someone else become the new Lord of the Navy. Yes, Lieutenant General Alvaro was also one of the candidates for the Secretary of the Navy before. He also has a lot of prestige in the Navy, but in the end his performance was not as good as that of Admiral Yagia, so he could only lose the election in the end. Of course, it wasn't like he couldn't eat without competing for the position of Lord of the Admiralty. After losing, he quickly adjusted his mentality to become the new Lord of the Admiralty. So in return of some sort, or as a gesture, he became the commander of this task force. Currently, this Italian naval task force has more than 20 battleships, but the core ones are 3 Turin-class battleships and 2 Venice-class cruise ships. Even other auxiliary battleships have a speed that is not lower than the maximum speed. Section 17 can be regarded as the essence of the Italian Navy. Lieutenant General Alvaro has full confidence in the fleet at his feet. With the strength of the fleet, let alone the pile of rags of the Dutch, he is not afraid, even if he has a battle with the Indian Ocean Fleet of the British Empire. Okay, this is a bit exaggerated. If there is a conflict with Britain, his fleet will not be in a good position. Not to mention anything else, the British Empire's naval bases all over the world, as well as hordes of warships, can surround his fleet. As for the Dutch fleet, if it would have been credible to say that it was all in tatters 8 years ago, the Dutch have built several new ships in recent years, the most outstanding of which are 2 7,500-ton armored ships, Province number, Netherlands number. This class of battleships was designed in 1886. Construction began in 1887 and entered service in 1890. In line with the past practice of the Dutch, this class of warships is equipped with 2 305mm main guns, 4 150mm secondary guns, and 12 47mm small guns. It is equipped with a 9,000 horsepower 3 expansion steam engine and has a maximum speed of 16.3 knots. It can be seen from the firepower that the ship is a small boat carrying a big gun. Although the speed was okay when it was designed, it is no longer good now. In addition, its ability to adapt to the environment is extremely poor. This is indeed the case. During the sea trial, the 2 warships swayed severely and became unstable in level 6 wind and waves. After some improvements, although it is better, there are still problems. Therefore, these 2 warships can only be used as coastal defense warships and cannot go to sea at all. Of course, it is also possible that the Dutch thought this way, otherwise how could these 2 warships be built so cheaply? 2 armored ships were built at a cost of only 20 million lire. This price is too cheap. Of course, it is still qualified to use it as an offshore warship to guard a port. Therefore, it is impossible for it to become an opponent of the Italian fleet. Don't forget that the Netherlands holds an archipelago and has a huge demand for shipping. The welcome ceremony lasted until noon, after the crowd gradually dispersed, and only then did Lieutenant General Alvaro walk out of the naval base. Of course, before that, Vice Admiral Alvaro reiterated an order to the fleet that officers and soldiers must pay attention to military discipline. He didn't want the boys to ruin Italy's good name, even after they'd been at sea for so long. As for the army, I believe Major General Pilev will also issue the same order. These guards attach great importance to honor and will never leave anything embarrassing. In fact, according to logic, he, the Lieutenant General, should appear at the welcome ceremony. The colonial government had invited him before, but Lieutenant General Alvaro refused because he did not want to be too ostentatious. So he waited until the welcome ceremony was over before he got on the carriage and headed in one direction. He was going to visit Governor Antonio and ask how the Navy and land forces would need to cooperate with him next. After all, the main purpose of coming here is to stand up for Governor Antonio and make the Dutch sober. Of course, if the Dutch are really ignorant, then they should educate them, and he is also happy to see results. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 304 Complete Disc. The Italian Navy and Army came to the Borneo colony with great momentum. How could the Dutch, their neighbors, not know their intentions? Quirinal glanced at the slightly depressed city outside the window and sighed. Jakarta's booming development has hit the brakes with the arrival of the Italians. In fact, it was not just the Dutch who were affected. Spain, Britain, and France also had more or less influence on the local colonies. However, the Dutch were more affected than other countries. Compared with other countries, the Dutch were weaker, so they relied more on Chinese groups to help them pursue colonial interests. After all, compared with local people, Chinese are also outsiders and are easier to manage and control. Of course, while the Chinese helped the colonists search, they would also gain some benefits themselves. As a large number of Chinese went to Italian Borneo, they brought a large amount of funds to Italy and helped Italy develop local resources. As for Quirinal, who is the governor of Jakarta, he actually doesn't have much to do about it. It is too difficult for him to change the status of the Chinese because the policies implemented so far have multiplied too many relevant stakeholders. It also affects a large number of powerful people in Amsterdam. However, now is not the time to consider this aspect. The increase in Italian troops is obviously a sign of bad intentions. As the governor, Quirinal naturally needs to deal with it seriously. Everyone, this time the reinforcement of troops in Italy, comes from bad intentions. I wonder if you have any countermeasures facing the questions from Governor Quirinal. The senior colonial officials in the office looked at me, and I looked at you. The room was very quiet for a while. He didn't say anything when he saw it, and Quirinal was furious. If these people hadn't been following him, he would have dismissed them all, based on their behavior. What kind of people are they? Every day they are more ruthless than the others in trying to make money. If something really happens, they won't be able to let go of their shit. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but slam the table. Facing the angry governor, no one spoke now. However, their silence could not stop the governor from calling his name, Your Excellency Creevy. As a senior official of the colonial government, what do you have to say? Creevy, who was named by Quirinal, was a very important figure in the colonial government. He was very important in terms of power and tonnage. Faced with the governor's roll call, the heavyweight Creevy could not retreat and could only answer bravely. Since the Italians have bad intentions, we need to ask for help from home. Creevy's words made Quirinal look unhappy. Isn't this nonsense? He didn't know how to ask for help. He wanted others to teach him. While the Italian fleet was still halfway there, he sent a telegram back home asking for help. Looking at the governor, who looked like he wanted to eat someone, Creevy could only change the subject. In addition, we should also seek help from our neighbors. The United Kingdom, France, and Spain must not be willing to see Italy expand its power in Southeast Asia. We can also think of ways in this regard. Of course, Amsterdam will do the same, but the distance cannot be understood. If you are thirsty, we can start from Southeast Asia. This time Creevy's suggestion finally made Quirinal look much better. Then, I'll leave this to you. I need to see the results within a month. But it was obvious that Quirinal had no intention of letting him go, since it had given him a difficult task point. Even though it only takes a month, it is still difficult for Creevy. However, it was obviously unwise to disobey the governor's order at this time, and Creevy agreed with an ugly face point. Then Quirinal called the names of other people one by one. Each of these people arranged their own tasks. Some were mobilizing manpower, some were collecting supplies, and some were responsible for purchasing supplies. Although these tasks seemed ordinary, the quantities were extremely huge. Anyway, no one's task was easy, and no one was clever, but they were all defeated in front of His Excellency the Governor. There is a reason why they fear the majesty of the Governor at this time, because although they are preparing various preparations, everyone knows that the Netherlands is destined to suffer a loss this time, but it is just a loss. There is no way. This is determined by size and national strength. Italy is stronger than the Netherlands, which is also a well-known thing. After the Dutch suffer a loss, someone must take the responsibility. It is impossible for the adults in Amsterdam to play the role of scapegoat, so only the governor of Jakarta is qualified. It is obvious that the future of the governor of Quirinal is cut off, and he may even become a prisoner in the future. He is definitely the most terrifying at present, because he is fearless and no one would think of running into the muzzle of a gun and becoming a target of power. Moreover, Amsterdam will definitely meet Quirinal's requirements and will do what he wants, which can be regarded as compensation. Before he retires after Quirinal handed over the others, only the military was left. Although Quirinal has absolute power at this time, he also knows that the army must not move arbitrarily at present. After driving everyone else out to perform their respective tasks, Quirinal spoke to the two colonial generals. Lieutenant General Javier, Lieutenant General Appiah, we need your full support next. When faced with the governor's words, the two generals naturally gave assurances one after another. Of course, as the governor, Quirinal is not that easy to fool, so he said, Vice Admiral Javier, how is your fleet currently prepared? Yes, Vice Admiral Havel is the commander of the Dutch East India Fleet and currently controls the fleet in Southeast Asia. Faced with the governor's question, Lieutenant General Javier said immediately, Your Excellency Governor, please rest assured that the fleet will ensure the safety of Jakarta and will not let it be threatened by the Italians. Yes, Lieutenant General Havel can only ensure the security of Jakarta for now. After all, the strength of the fleet he currently controls is just that. Although there are ironclad ships like the Netherlands and the Seven Provinces, in the face of Italy's absolute strength, it can only guarantee the safety of Jakarta. Of course, there is another reason. That is, after Jakarta was threatened by Italy last time, the Dutch learned a lesson and equipped Jakarta with 4 new 280mm Krupp coastal defense guns, although the 280mm is not as good as the 305mm main gun of the Italian Turin class. The coastal defense gun is much stronger than the naval gun. If nothing else, the defensive power is simply not the same level. After all, forts do not have to consider tonnage like warships, which is why warships rarely directly attack forts. Faced with Lieutenant General Havel's fear, Quirinal didn't say anything, because he also knows that the strength of his own fleet is completely insufficient to confront the Italian fleet head-on. In terms of speed, firepower, and defense, the Dutch fleet simply could not compete with the Italian fleet. Except for a few new warships in the Dutch fleet, the rest are all old warships that have been in service for at least 10 years. So after Lieutenant General Havel finished speaking, Quirinal continued to ask, Lieutenant General Appiah, how is the army's preparation currently? When the navy was clearly unable to compete with the Italian fleet, Quirinal clearly placed its hope of resisting Italy on the army. Facing the expectant gaze of the governor, Lieutenant General Appiah, as the army commander, reported directly, currently, the total strength of the army we have is 53,000, but 44,000 of them are colonial troops, and only 3 regiments of less than 10,000 are troops formed entirely by our own people. The colonial army that Lieutenant General Appiah mentioned was an army composed of Dutch officers and local natives as soldiers. Although such an army was good at suppressing mobs, it faced the Italian guards who were fully armed and experienced in combat. Totally not enough, point not to mention anything else. The Guards division alone can defeat more than 40,000 colonial troops. In addition to the suppression of equipment, the training of the colonial army is simply not enough, point of course. If you add the 3 regiments composed of the Dutch themselves, at least the Dutch can make a difference in terms of army strength, point. It is precisely based on this that Carthenia places its hope on the army. Even if the Spice Islands need more navy, there is no other way, point. So in the expectation of Carthenia, Lieutenant General Appiah continued. At present, Italy is more interested in the territory of Borneo, so I put a colonial division and an infantry regiment in Borneo, with a strength of 15,000 people. Although it is not guaranteed to stop the Italians, it can at least delay it. Its footsteps will buy us time. In addition, I have placed 8,000 troops on Sumatra, and the rest are placed in Java and the capital. Yes, even if the situation is so dangerous, the Dutch still focus on Java. As the core of Dutch rule, the island of Java is really important. It has the most fertile land in the entire archipelago, as well as the largest population, point. So, even though Italy is eyeing Borneo, the focus of the Netherlands' defense is still Java, point. Just as Quirinal was discussing with the military a plan to deal with Italy, a staff member suddenly broke in. Before he could reprimand him, he yelled, "Your Majesty the Governor, the Italians sent a letter asking us to reply within 3 days whether to allow their troops to enter our territory in Borneo to hunt down the rebels." Chapter 305 Diplomatic Protest. Your Excellency Bacona, I represent the Dutch government this time to protest against your country's gross interference in the Dutch colonies. Dutch Borneo is the sacred and inviolable territory of the Netherlands. With the actions of your colonial government, we have reason to doubt whether your country wants to become a Southeast Asian country. The destroyer, in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Rome, the Dutch ambassador to Rome Frank Firico was expressing his protest to Foreign Minister Bacona. What makes the Dutch ambassador so courageous? The British ambassador accompanying him can explain the problem very well. Faced with the protests of the Dutch, Bacona, who is the foreign minister, said immediately, "Why are you protesting to me? I still want to protest to your country. If your colonial government had not been binding, it would not have caused losses of tens of millions of liras to our merchants in Dutch Borneo, and your colonial government, the refusal to compensate, has obviously angered our country's Borneo government, which is why it has to express its attitude through drastic actions." Anyway, according to Foreign Minister Bacona, this situation was all the fault of the Dutch colonial government. It was their atrocities against Italian businessmen that led to the current situation. Although the people present were all experts in diplomacy, Dutch Ambassador Ferrick was still a little angry when faced with Bacona's shameless words. "Your Excellency, don't you mean that our country should not suppress the rebellion?" "No, I just said that your country did not restrain the colonial army, which caused losses to our businessmen." It seemed that Bacona was about to give in, but then his words changed. "Of course, if your country insists on thinking this way, then there is nothing we can do about it." Yes, Bacona's words completely represent Italy's bullying. Although Italy is not as good as other powers, it is not something that the little Dutch can resist. Although the Dutch are richer than those in Italy, the population gap between the two is nearly 10 times, which is the gap in national strength. Like the Chinese dynasties of later generations, although it is not ranked high in terms of per capita income, it has great strength due to its large number of people, so it is one of the world's most powerful countries. Although Italy cannot reach that level, it is still considered a great power in front of the Dutch. Bacona's attitude made the British ambassador Holly Manderson, who came with him, a little dissatisfied. "Your Excellency Bacona, your country's attitude is not conducive to solving the problem. Although the Dutch were rough in handling the rebellion, this does not become a condition for your country to intimidate." Facing the British ambassador, who stood up and clearly favored the Dutch, Bacona looked at him and asked, "Is this what you mean, or what London means?" The meaning of Bacona's words was obviously asking the ambassador in front of him whether he represented the official opinion. personal opinions and official opinions differ greatly on some levels. As a senior diplomat, Holly Manderson naturally understood what Bacona said. Sorry, this is my personal opinion. Although I cannot represent London, this is also the opinion of the majority of my colleagues in our country. Bacona naturally knew the meaning of Ambassador Manderson's words, although it had not yet reached the government level to express its position. But if the situation continues to deteriorate, this does not mean that London will not end up personally. In fact, within London, there is also uncertainty about the troubles caused by Italy in Southeast Asia. Although the British Empire was dissatisfied with the trouble-making Italy in Southeast Asia, the two countries were in a cooperative relationship in many places. For example, Italy needed to be used to contain Russia and restrict France. Although this kind of cooperation coupled with confrontation is the norm for various countries, the attitude of the other party must also be considered. The most important thing is not to stalemate the relationship between the two countries. It is precisely because of this that Ambassador Manderson said it was his own opinion. Our country still respects your country's opinions, but I also hope that I and most of my colleagues can also listen to Italy's opinions. Our country is very concerned about the businessmen who have suffered losses in Dutch Borneo. This is not only the intention of the Borneo government, which is also the will of all Italian people. Bacona's words made it clear that Italy was only interested in Dutch Borneo and would not endanger other Dutch colonies. In addition to Borneo, Italy is also unhelpful in expanding its sphere of influence in Southeast Asia. Although Bacona said this, everyone is playing diplomacy, and they are very good at doing one thing in front of others and behind the scenes. So Ambassador Manderson said later, "Your Excellency Bacona, this time we are here to protest against your country. Naturally, other people will pay attention to your country's purpose. Of course, our country does not want conflicts or wars in Southeast Asia. I hope that you can understand our country's posture." After Ambassador Manderson finished speaking, he glanced at Dutch Ambassador Firico. "I think this is also Ambassador Firico's opinion." Faced with the invitation to help Ambassador Manderson, how could Firico refute? This is the time to show the strong and friendly relations between Britain and the Netherlands. Ambassador Manderson's words are also our country's attitude. There should be no conflicts and wars in Southeast Asia. Facing the words of the British and Dutch ambassadors, Bacona nodded slightly to indicate that he understood. "I already know what the two ambassadors mean, but I have a question here. That is, how should the losses suffered by our country be calculated?" Having said this, Bacona looked at the Dutch ambassador. "Your Excellency Firico, although our country is also unwilling to see conflicts and wars in Borneo, there is a prerequisite for this, and that is, that your country will compensate for this loss. This is the prerequisite for your two countries to sit down and negotiate calmly. I hope your government will cherish this premise." Faced with Bacona's insistence on compensation, Firico, the Dutch ambassador, was about to speak when Manderson spoke first. "I think your country's request also needs to be discussed, so please wait patiently. There is no problem with this. Our country does not want to use force against a European country, so 7 days should be enough. Our country will ask the colonial government to wait for 7 days." Faced with the 7 days given by Bacona, the two ambassadors knew that this was the initial achievement of their goal. After looking at each other, they said immediately, "Please wait for our good news, then I'll wait for your good news." After seeing off the two ambassadors, Bacona picked up the phone and dialed. "Prime Minister, it's me, Bacona. The Dutch and British ambassadors just came to visit me." "Yes. Through conversations with them, our previous judgment was correct. The British will not stand up for the Dutch, especially us. It's just that the British are hesitant when it comes to pursuing interests in Borneo." "Okay, I know what to do." After Bacona hung up the phone, Depretis put down a document in his hand and then said to himself, "It seems like the British really won't come forward to help the Dutch. The help Depretis talks about is to intervene in Italy's actions with military force, and it does not necessarily and cannot be directly sending troops. This is clearly understood by Italian senior officials. Because the British are not currently focusing on Italy, the Russians who are breaking through are their main targets, followed by the French, who have the second largest navy. To put it bluntly, Austria-Hungary has a higher priority than Italy. This is actually due to Italy's national strength. Of course, this also has a lot to do with Italy's way of doing things. Except for its own territories and colonies, Italy rarely participates in international disputes and stays contentedly in its own 1/3 of an acre. Although it makes Italy less conspicuous, but the advantage is also to let the major powers know that Italy does not want to compete with them for their interests. Of course, it is unknown whether this view will remain the same after next year. But the views of various countries have not changed yet, right? Chapter 306. There are French people everywhere. Italy's attitude of insisting that it only wants Borneo was made known to the top leaders of Britain and the Netherlands with the two ambassadors in London. Gladstone, who was serving as Prime Minister for the 4th time, was extremely embarrassed by the failure of the Second Irish Home Rule Act during his tenure. However, this idealistic Prime Minister still paid attention to the dispute between Italy and the Netherlands. As for Irish self-government, I can't explain it in a few words. I can only say one thing: Ireland has been resisting British rule. The two cannot piss in the same pot. How much impact does Italy's attempt to seize Dutch Borneo have on us this time? In the Prime Minister's office, Prime Minister Gladstone, who had reached the end of his political life, asked his Foreign Secretary Rossabary Point Archibald Philip Primrose. The 5th Earl of Rossabary, who served as Foreign Secretary, was much younger than the aging Prime Minister. I saw him opening his mouth to answer. It is impossible to say that there is no influence. Roxas, the governor of Malaya, sent me a telegram complaining that Italy was becoming more and more prominent in Southeast Asia, and that they had squeezed out too many British businessmen's interests. Those who were pushed to the Ming dynasty by them, the Chinese above, are wandering around Southeast Asia, competing with Chinese businessmen. As the Foreign Secretary finished speaking, Prime Minister Gladstone said next, "In that case, let Roxas come up with a solution, so that we can talk to the Italians accordingly." Yes, it is very normal for the British to use this Italian-Dutch conflict to benefit themselves. The UK is not a living country, and it also needs to consider the issues of gain and loss when doing things. Italy did not threaten the core colonies of the Netherlands. Although Borneo was not small, it had a subordinate status among the Dutch colonies. Why did the British Empire rush to catch up? Besides, the Dutch are not the younger brothers of the British Empire. It is good enough that the British Empire can help them stop losses. And small countries must have the consciousness of small countries. Don't think about what the British Empire can do for you. Think more about what you can do for the British Empire. We will provide as much help as possible. If you don't even know this, then stop playing politics. The Dutch had some guesses about the British's intentions, but as the saying goes, it's hard to give up good money, and the Dutch didn't want to give up until the last moment. A royal meeting is being held in the palace, and the Dutch are also discussing how to deal with Italy. Queen Wilhelmina of the Netherlands, who is only 13 years old and looks like a Lalita, is trying her best to maintain the demeanor of a queen. Behind her sits the regent Queen Mother Emma. In front of them, two ministers were arguing fiercely, among which the bold Foreign Minister Marco was particularly loud. "Your Excellency West, I understand your concern for the colonies, but at present our country cannot compete with Italy at all. Although our country has the support of the British is limited. They will not take chestnuts from the fire for us. I think the military fang should be well aware of this. So I hope you can adopt an attitude of solving the problem instead of messing around." General West, the head of the military, who was accused by Foreign Minister Marco, is struggling to defend himself. What Mr. Marco said completely ignored the facts. Our military is not called messing around. It is justified and justified. Facing Admiral West's excuse, Marco was furious. He slammed the table, stood up and said, "You are not calling it nonsense. You are sending 30,000 troops from the mainland to defend Borneo. Have you ever thought about how much it will cost and how to solve the security problem? In addition, the possibility of the transportation line being intercepted is too high. Relying on friendly forces is too risky to be a reliable plan." Faced with the accusation from the Foreign Secretary, Admiral West looked at his pocket watch and said with a disdainful expression, "Sir Marco, you have never been a soldier, so you don't know how the army operates. No combat plan has a 100% chance of success. we can only try to maximize its success rate. So please rest assured, this is the best way for us to mobilize our best efforts, and it's definitely not what you think. Facing Admiral West's expression that he didn't understand military matters, Marco became even more angry, but at this time he pulled him back to his seat with a hand point. The person who pulled him back to his seat was Dutch Prime Minister Hesbert. This non-party prime minister came to power to balance liberals and Christians, and his prestige in the Netherlands is still very good. I saw him speaking after appeasing the foreign minister. General, I have also seen the military's plan. It is very exciting, but I only have one question. I think the military has enough funds to deploy so many troops in Borneo. Obviously, what Prime Minister Hesbert said means that the government does not intend to pay for this money. What to do if you don't have money, especially transporting more than 30,000 people and equipment halfway around the world? No. After hearing the Prime Minister's words, Admiral West jumped immediately. This is to protect the kingdom's territory, and the cost should be borne by the government. Facing Admiral West's words, Prime Minister Hesbert spread his hands. But the government currently has no money. How can I have no money? Then, listen carefully. The total fiscal expenditure this year is. The Prime Minister disclosed the expenditures one by one. As a soldier, Admiral West was qualified, but what did he know about the government's financial expenditures? So the Admiral was surprised to find that there was no extra funds in the government. Then, we can borrow money. I think with the kingdom's reputation, borrowing money won't be a big problem. Your Excellency is right. It is indeed not big. But borrowing money takes time. The more urgent we are, the higher the bank's requirements. I think Your Excellency the General should know this. In addition, Italy only gave us 7 days to reply. It's already the 3rd day. Is there any way you can transport the troops there within 4 days? Even if we delay, it won't take too long. The Prime Minister's words were unanimously nodded by the government, but Admiral West, as the head of the military, became furious and slammed the table. You are betraying the country and should be shot in the army. With Admiral West's actions, the scene fell into a tense atmosphere. As the Queen, Wilhelmina looked at the Prime Minister and the General nervously, fearing that they would fight over this. It's just that the young Queen didn't notice that most of the people present didn't show any nervous expressions, even if they were both furious and like a ballpoint, because they are not worried at all that the two of them will conflict. They are both insiders. Yes, this conflict between military and political governors is actually a play, and it is not just a play written for the young Queen. Believe it or not, the contents of this meeting will be leaked before evening. The reason is very simple. The senior military and political officials of the Netherlands do not know the gap between themselves and Italy. They know very well how big the gap is. But sometimes knowing is one thing, and how to do it is another. As a small country, Dutch politicians have their own way of doing things. For example, if you encounter a problem as overwhelming as Italy's, then this requires the joint cooperation of senior military and political officials first. The military needs to take a tough stance and show that the Dutch will never surrender. Then the government pointed out the actual difficulties and said that this war could not be fought. In the end, with the government's emotional and rational attitude, the military had no choice but to accept the reality. Of course, this kind of situation, where the military benefits and the government suffers, is not common, and the military will also make certain concessions to the government afterwards, which can be regarded as a model of tacit military-civilian cooperation. Although senior Dutch military and political officials did not use this cooperation in the right way, it was of great benefit to the stability of the Netherlands. Moreover, the senior military and political officials present knew that the Netherlands would suffer in the end, but at least the uninformed people should know that the senior military and political officials also worked hard to stop it. Therefore, this scene is necessary. And the imperial meeting does not end until the lights come on. The senior military and political officials at the meeting left the palace in their own carriages. As the protagonist of this scene, the 69-year-old Prime Minister Hesbert was naturally very tired. However, although he was very tired, he was not done yet. As soon as he got home, the housekeeper came to report the visit of French Ambassador Julika. How long has Ambassador Eureka been here? Before entering the house, Prime Minister Hesbert asked about the situation. The ambassador has been here for a while. He is here for a visit. The housekeeper is also an intimate person. He knows what the Prime Minister wants to ask and tells him what he knows a man came to visit, and Prime Minister Haysbert grasped the key information, and he knew it well. Ambassador Ulika, welcome, welcome. What kind of wind brings you here? As soon as he entered the door, Prime Minister Haysbert put on a warm smile and greeted the French ambassador in the living room. Prime Minister Haysbert, this intrusion is really inappropriate, but on behalf of France, I would like to express my sincere concern about your country's current difficulties. Ambassador Ulika eagerly expressed France's concern as soon as he opened his mouth, which made Prime Minister Haysbert's heart sink, and he said without changing his expression, "Thank you for your country's concern. The whole Netherlands is very grateful for this." Faced with Prime Minister Haysbert's calm words, Ambassador Ulika had no time to waste. Because he has his own channels and knows the attitude of the Dutch, he cannot talk slowly like the Prime Minister in front of him. Prime Minister Haysbert, our country is very indignant about Italy's oppression of your country in Borneo. We believe that your country needs help, and our country is willing to provide certain help. For this reason, our government is willing to sell a batch of arms that can be used to defend your country's interests. Facing the list handed over by the French ambassador, Prime Minister Haysbert took it and looked at it. Actually, your ambassador can submit this matter through normal channels. There is no need to go directly to my home. Although Prime Minister Haysbert did not take a closer look, a cursory glance showed that France's weapons list was of great benefit, but was the Netherlands short of weapons? Ambassador Ulika also knew what it meant, and immediately asked a question. Our country also wants to help your country militarily, but does your country dare to accept it? Well, apart from the military help of weapons, that means sending troops to support. Prime Minister Haysbert really didn't dare to accept this, because the Netherlands does not dare to accept such help from France. The reason is simple, it runs counter to Dutch foreign policy. The Netherlands relied on a neutral attitude in favor of Germany in its homeland. After all, the powerful Germany was on its side, and Belgium was separated from France. The Netherlands did not dare to get too close to France. In the colonies, it was Britain that relied on it. France's current relationship with Britain and Germany is not very good. Accepting help from France will do more harm than good, and the gain outweighs the loss. Even though the Netherlands suffered a loss on the Borneo issue, the vast spice islands are still in its hands. Moreover, the Netherlands doesn't know what France's intention is to help them. Isn't it just adding trouble to Italy? For this reason, Prime Minister Haysbert could only talk about him left and right. Our country is grateful to France for its selfless help. I need to look at your ambassador's list in detail before I can give a reply. Faced with Prime Minister Haysbert's somewhat excommunicative answer, the visiting ambassador Ulika knew that the Dutch were a little afraid to accept France's kindness. In fact, this visit to Prime Minister Haysbert was not his original intention, but the order from Paris must be carried out, so he could only go once, and the result was as expected. The timid Dutch do not dare to express a tough attitude on the Borneo issue. Well, I'll wait for your reply and then take my leave. After the French ambassador left, Prime Minister Haysbert looked a little serious. It seems that the Netherlands cannot delay the issue of Borneo and must resolve it as soon as possible. Chapter 307 Negotiation. Hello, Mr. Marco. Hello, Lord Bacona. In the Palazzo della Certa in Rome, negotiators from Italy and the Netherlands, who were involved in the Borneo dispute, finally sat together. In order to reduce the impact of this negotiation, Italy and the Netherlands both formed delegations headed by the foreign ministers. However, although the level has been lowered, both parties understand the importance. No. After both parties took their seats, Marco, the Dutch foreign minister, spoke. The whole country is very indignant about the dispute between your two countries in Borneo. However, in order to maintain the friendship between your two countries, our country is willing to make concessions for this. Our country is willing to hand over the Borneo colony to you. However, our country has previously invested a lot of money in infrastructure construction in Borneo, so in line with the principle of who uses it, who pays, this cost should also be paid by your country. Marco's words are a condition for the Netherlands to make concessions, and it can also be regarded as an explanation to the country The Netherlands did not transfer the Borneo colony under pressure from Italy, but the colony could no longer afford to pay for it. It happened to be what Italy wanted, so it could use it in exchange for some funds to improve people's livelihood. This is not a shame point faced with the Dutch's concession conditions. Bicona, who was the head of the Italian negotiations, nodded and replied, "This is also reasonable and reasonable. Your country has invested a lot of money in Borneo. However, our country is not very financially wealthy. I hope your country will not speak too much." The Italian government had also discussed paying funds to the Dutch before. Paying part of the funds in exchange for the remaining Dutch Borneo territory would also be beneficial to solving the problem, and Italy would not mind. Of course, it won't work if the Dutch lion opens his mouth, so that's why I added this sentence later. 3 million pounds. Our country thinks this is a very reasonable figure. Marco, the Dutch negotiator, immediately stated the Dutch's demands faced with the request made by the Dutch representative Marco, even though he knew that this was just a condition for the Dutch to ask for an exorbitant price. It still caused a burst of laughter from the Italian representative. 3 million pounds. This is the cost of building 2.5 Turin-class ships. Just to compensate the Dutch, they must be too proud. Besides, Italy is not rich either, so spending money here is not worth it at all. Bicona, the Italian negotiator, was even more blunt in his remarks. "Sir Marco, your country's requirements are a bit confusing. The subtext is that the Dutch are unrealistic in their demands. To be fair, is the Dutch's request reasonable? From a fair point of view, the Dutch did not ask for more than 3 million pounds. Despite the fact that only about 1/3 of Borneo is left in the hands of the Dutch, it still has more than 200,000 square kilometers. Although it has not yet been developed, let alone 3 million pounds. 5 million is not expensive. But is this deal fair? Italy spent so much time preparing and spending a lot of money to force the Dutch to sell the Borneo colony, just to buy the remaining Borneo from the Dutch in a fair way, as long as no normal person would think so. Don't forget that the Dutch had to sell this colony to Italy. It was a buyer's market. Of course. Some people may argue that the Dutch could only transfer this land to others, such as the French, who have a bad relationship with Italy, and let the two countries fight for this land. Anyone who can come up with such a bad idea must have no sense of diplomacy. Let's not talk about whether the French are willing to take chestnuts from the fire for the Dutch. The consequences of Italy's rage alone are not something the Dutch can bear. To put it bluntly, if it can't deal with the foreigners, it can't deal with you. What should Italy do if it turns around and attacks other parts of the Spice Islands? Will these places be sold to other countries as well? It would no longer be like dividing the Dutch colonies among the various countries, which would be called losing everything. Bicona, who also understood this truth, stretched out an open palm and said, "Our country is willing to pay £500,000 for this." Well, the counter-offer is only one level long, which is considered breaking the bones. Upon hearing the Italians' counter-offer, the Dutch delegation knew that the negotiation would not be too short. When the two countries were negotiating for Borneo, as the monarch of Italy, Carlo, in addition to paying a little attention to the negotiation process, he and the government focus more on another unexpected situation. The Abyssinians met the Sudanese on the shores of Lake Tana and won a great victory. In this battle, Menelik II, the king of Abyssinia, used the method of showing weakness to the enemy to lure the Sudanese deep into the hinterland, and even gave up the old capital of Abyssinia, Gondar. When the Sudanese thought that Abyssinia was weak and became more pampered, they immediately cut off its retreat. They even used the familiar terrain to press in and suddenly appeared near Gondar, forming a siege to the enemy. Only then did the Sudanese who were besieged in Gondar realize that they had been fooled by the Abyssinians. Instead of fighting around Gondar, the enemy's combat effectiveness was even more powerful, and there were too many rifles and artillery. Knowing that they were outmatched, the Sudanese chose to break through at this time, but it was too late to break through at this time. The Abyssinian guards who performed the interleaving mission did not disappoint their king's expectations, and stopped them at a place called Quirinal, less than 50 kilometers away from Gondar. The two sides fought for 2 days, but the Sudanese failed to break through the interception. When Menelik II personally arrived with the main force, the Sudanese collapsed. Only more than 40,000 of the 120,000 people fled back, and the remaining nearly 80,000 people were either killed in battle or captured. After this disastrous defeat, the Sudan was even more devastated. Menelik II not only drove the Sudanese forces out of Lake Tana, but also rushed out of the Ethiopian plateau and occupied Damazin, Sinjar, Adalaf and other places. Now, as long as he is ruthless, it is not impossible to capture Khartoum along the Blue Nile River. Of course, this was only a temporary occupation, and the Abyssinians would not be able to hold on for long before they would be driven back. The shrewd Menelik II certainly knew that a short-term occupation would not be beneficial to him, so after obtaining the important place to enter the Sudan, he did not take action, and waited for the Sudan to make an offer. With more than 60,000 captured hostages in his hands, he did not have to worry about the Sudanese not coming to seek peace. Menelik II had his own ideas, and Italy, as the suzerain country, could also benefit from it. No. Carlo summoned military and political officials to discuss the benefits that the Abyssinian victory could bring to him. Your Majesty, this victory for the Abyssinians comes just in time, as a military boss, Army Minister Marshal Cardalna was the first to speak. This victory will give us the opportunity to go deep into Sudan. Although we cannot do it ourselves due to the attitude of the British, the Abyssinians can. I suggest that we can sell a batch of weapons to them again, hinting at there to combat the Sudanese. I believe they will have great interest in expanding on both sides of the fertile Blue Nile. That's right. As a hawkish military representative, how could Marshal Cardona give up the opportunity to expand Italian interests and let the Abyssinians occupy more land, whether it was trading with others or in exchange? He would use worthy point. Although what Marshal Cardona said seemed reasonable, some people still disagreed. As Prime Minister, Despotis stood up. Your Majesty, I do not agree with Marshal Cardona's idea. The Sudan's status is too important. In order to avoid unnecessary complications, it isn't appropriate for our country to show interest in this region. Although neither of them said it explicitly, everyone knew they were talking about the British. Carlo felt that what both of them said was reasonable, but one was radical and wanted to get more benefits in exchange for benefits, while the other was prudent and gave up when things got good. Carlo also knew that, since the British were driven out of Sudan, they had been eyeing an independent sultanate. Now that Italy has occupied Libya, it has already aroused the vigilance of the British. If it continues to reach out to Sudan, there is no guarantee that it will cause a backlash from the British. One more thing to say here is that the British Mediterranean fleet has moved, and its home port has been moved from Malta to the Great Pressure, nearly 20 years earlier than the original time and space. The reason is that Italy has occupied Libya, which makes the British fleet in Malta feel a bit awkward. Of course, Carlo was not a historian and did not understand this, but he could also feel the implications of the British move to relocate the Mediterranean fleet. Well, let's slow down the issue of continuing to sell arms to the Abyssinians. Prime Minister, please talk to the British ambassador first and see the British attitude first. That's right. Carlo is seeking stability now. He doesn't want to cause too many troubles this year and will wait until this year to talk about anything. As you command, Your Majesty. After hearing Carlo's answer, Prime Minister Despotis was overjoyed, and Marshal Cardona had no choice but to accept it. Carlo saw Marshal Cardona's disappointed expression in his eyes, and he then said, Marshal Cardona will stay for now. There is something I need to discuss with you. Chapter 308. The 1st Guards Division is preparing for war. The hot and humid weather is not friendly to everyone living here, especially those who have just arrived. Haldane Cossens walked out of his room. The early morning sunshine suddenly made him feel warm. People say that the temperature in the tropics will be much lower from November to February, but it is still not as comfortable as the mainland. During this period of intensive training for the troops, some people still fainted from heat stroke from time to time. This not only made Cossens feel annoyed, but also made some other voices in the army think that the Dutch were already negotiating why they still needed to maintain high intensity training. Of course, these are said by a small group of soldiers at the lower level, and they are mainly soldiers who expanded in Borneo. That's right, the 1st Guards Division is now fully staffed. A shelf regiment that was lacking before has been filled by the local garrison. Lieutenant Colonel Cosenz is the leader of this shelf regiment. In terms of Cosenz's qualifications and military exploits, becoming the commander of the 1st Guards Division standing regiment is already a huge improvement. After all, he was transferred back to the Guards from the Marine Corps, and there were many guardsmen with higher qualifications than him. If many of them were not willing to become the commander of the shelf regiment, how could he take his turn? Therefore, Cosenz can be considered a bargain. Cosenz, who got it cheaply, is also very aware of his status among his colleagues, so he also cherishes this opportunity. It's time to show off all your skills and impress everyone. Therefore, for these personnel transferred from the local garrison, there are strict requirements for training, trying to bring them to the same level as the guards. As for such trivial matters as complaints, Cosenz didn't take it seriously. It's strange that these garrison troops, who were accustomed to being masters in the colonies, immediately threw themselves into the high-intensity training of the guards, and had no complaints. As soon as Cosenz arrived at the regiment headquarters, he immediately saw his new deputy commander waiting here. Major, LIU, you came here very early today. How is the training of the 2nd Battalion going now? The full name of Major LIU in Cosenz's words is LIU Cheogson. He was born in the LIU family of Lanfang. He is the direct grandson of LIU Ashing and the future helmsman of the LIU family. Although the LIU family is no longer as powerful as the Lanfang era, as representatives of the rapid move towards Italy, the colonial government still has to provide some benefits. Although LIU Ashing has returned home to enjoy his old age, the LIU family was not suppressed by the colonial government. Instead, they were praised as representatives of the local Chinese. The LIU family is also very discerning and clings to the government. The 1st Guards Division mobilized local garrison troops to expand its strength. LIU Cheogson, the future head of the LIU family, volunteered to become a member of the 1st Guards Division. Of course, except for the LIU family, all the local families in Lanfang more or less sent their children to serve in the 1st Guards Division. How is the 2nd Battalion doing now? Facing Chief Officer Cosenz's question, Major LIU understood the look and immediately answered respectfully. Captain, everything in the 2nd Battalion is fine now. Each company is training hard to serve the kingdom in the future. Hearing LIU Cheokson's answer, Cosenz nodded in approval. Although the 2nd Battalion's combat effectiveness is at the bottom among the 4 regiments, this is because the battalion is basically composed of recruits. Children from major families in Borneo, as well as young people from other Chinese families, account for 90% of the places in the 2nd camp. It can be said to be a veritable Chinese camp. In fact, Cosenz didn't understand this at first. Why did he set up a Chinese battalion? Did he really want the 4th Regiment to be the bottom of the 1st Division? However, he was impressed by the eagerness of these Chinese to train. Although they had only been training for a month, these Chinese did not complain at all like the officers and soldiers recruited from the garrison. Moreover, the training is also very fruitful. Although it does not yet meet the requirements of the guards, the results are very good. I believe that it will reach the general level of the guards in less than half a year. Of course, this is also related to the fact that the Chinese were warned before being recruited. Being accepted by the 1st Guards Division this time is a good opportunity for the local Chinese to integrate into the Kingdom of Italy. The local Chinese cherish this opportunity very much, so the Chinese recruited this time are the result of careful selection. Cosenz's interrogation of the 2nd Battalion was just a routine inquiry, and the situation of the entire regiment was the focus. As soon as he arrived at the regiment headquarters, Cosenz issued orders one after another. Give an order to the 4th Battalion. Their armed march speed is so poor that they are almost caught up by the 2nd Battalion. Let Battalion Commander Kalga practice more armed marches. If he doesn't improve next month, I have reason to doubt his ability. Tell the 1st Battalion that the Artillery Regiment has accepted the request of our 4th Regiment. They will send a company of artillery to conduct infantry and artillery tactical exercises with us to prepare the 1st Battalion. Last month I asked the machine gun company to practice additional training. I learned from the logistics officer that they have fired 7,000 rounds of ammunition. I asked them how their training was going. I will go to check the results in 2 days. If I'm sorry for these 7,000 of rounds of bullets, I want them to walk around without being able to eat them. Cossents continued to issue orders at the regiment headquarters, and the 5 messengers in the regiment were almost not enough. After finishing all this, Cossens looked at the map in front of him, turned to Major Liu and said, "I would like to organize a regiment level exercise. How about it be held at Wangai Mountain not far from us?" Before Major Liu could answer, Cossens started talking to himself. "The time is set in 1 month to comprehensively test the results of our training." What could Liu Cheogson, who was treated as nothing, do? He could only choose to answer along the lines, "The leader is right, it can indeed be tested." For Liu Cheogson, he also knew that he could not convince the public by rashly obtaining the position of major and becoming the deputy commander of the 4th Regiment. The regiment leader, Lieutenant Colonel Cossens, had already made up his mind, and the middle-level officers of other units spoke even more harshly. But there was nothing he could do, who allowed his family to use too much force and push him to such a high position after just a few years out of the military academy. He could not refuse the family's intention, so he could only work hard day and night to win the hearts of his colleagues and junior officers, but this is easier said than done. In the military, strength speaks for itself, and there is no opportunity to perform, so there is no reason to impress others for this reason. He thought more than once. You said that the Dutch ancestors were also rich. Why can't they be tough and let themselves earn some performance? How can such a coward deserve to occupy such a large piece of land in Nanyang? It is simply difficult to support the wall. Well, Major Liu's resentment unfortunately could not affect the Dutch, so he had no choice but to accept the reality. Just as he was about to continue handling the chores of the regiment, there was a sudden noise. Someone shouted. The Netherlands signed, and they agreed to transfer Borneo to the kingdom. Although this news is not too shocking, it is definitely the best news for Italian Borneo. Before Liu Cheogson could ask questions, he only heard the sound of crackling firecrackers coming from the city. Someone in the city was setting off firecrackers to celebrate. What else can be said? I can only be happy for the kingdom. Liu Cheogson, who forced a smile on his face, was lost in the crowd of happy people. I'm so busy today, I'll just update one chapter for the time being. Chapter 309 New battleships and North Korean telegrams. It was too late for Borneo to know the news. Of course, it was the capital Rome that knew earlier. After nearly a month of arduous negotiations, Italy spent £1.15 million to purchase all of Dutch Borneo from the Netherlands. That's right. No matter how much pressure Italy exerted, the Netherlands just took away almost the cost of it. It seems that the Dutch businessman's attributes are maximum doubt, and he is desperate for money. Of course, Italy could only send 2 to the shameless Netherlands. In the end, it is still not a loss. With most of Borneo in hand, I believe it will be enough to bring the financial revenue of the Borneo colony to a higher level. This is precisely why Italy tolerates and pays a little more. The Dutch treaty needs to be brought back and signed by the young queen, while the Italian side has already been signed by Carlo. Next is the issue of colonial handover. There is no need to worry about this. With the task force and the 1st Guards Division, the Dutch will be more anxious than the Italians. Speaking of the task force, Admiral Yeagia, as the Minister of the Navy, has approached Carlo several times now. Carlo didn't stay in the office for long today. He heard from the guard again that the Minister of the Navy was visiting. Your Majesty, the task force is the essence of the Italian Navy. Continuing to stay in Borneo will put too much pressure on the local coastal defense. Moreover, the cost of overseas garrisoning is also high, and the Navy does not have much funds for the task force to consume. When they met, Admiral Yeagia returned to the same old talking about the return of the task force. Facing the Minister of the Navy, who came to him again. How could Carlo not know what he was thinking? Admiral Yeagia, I will let the Borneo colony pay part of the cost of the task force to share the pressure on the Navy. Carlo's words did not satisfy the Minister of the Navy, so he spoke. But the coastal defense pressure on the mainland is very high. At present, we only have 5 Darius and their improved classes available, which cannot guarantee the demand for coastal defense at all. It is obvious that Admiral Yeagia's persistence is in response to the severe situation in Italy. He doesn't care what others think, but from the Navy's perspective, the current situation of Italian coastal defense is very serious. The French Navy, which is superstitious about the role of torpedoes, has recently begun to pick up 3 Marceau-class battleships whose construction period has been delayed for almost 7 years. Although these battleships are already old and cannot keep up with the times, the signal from the French Navy, but it made Admiral Agile, who was his imaginary enemy, very wary. In addition, the transfer of the British Mediterranean fleet to its home port is also confusing. At least one thing is certain, the British Mediterranean fleet has gradually transformed from a possible help to the Italian Navy into a competitor in the view of Admiral Yagia. The current essence of the Italian Navy is 3 Turin-class ships and 2 Venetian-class ships. Except for the 5 Durius, which are still usable, the other warships have long lagged behind the times. The Navy has not placed an order with the shipyard for 3 or 4 years. In this era of rapid technological advancement, this is simply unimaginable. Of course, there is no problem with the large main battleships that Admiral Yaji refers to, such as small battleships, and many are ordered every year. But what use can small battleships serve? Should he be forced to vigorously develop torpedo boats like his French colleagues next door? Haven't you seen that France is already preparing to build large warships? So the purpose of Admiral Yaji's visit this time is very simple: to make money, build ships, and build big ships. Of course, Carlo also knew the purpose of the man in front of him. In the previous few meetings, Admiral Yaji had always brought the topic to shipbuilding in a roundabout way. Why are Italian Navy warships already lagging behind other countries? Current technological development allows the Navy to have newer warships. The armored bars researched by Krupp have new results, which may significantly reduce shipbuilding costs, etc. The reasons are very good, but the Italian government is not well off, and things will be difficult to do without money. Admiral Yaji, the government's financial expenditures are all planned. It is difficult to temporarily increase expenditures. How about waiting until next year? Facing Carlo, how could Yaja agree? Next year? Will we have to wait again after next year? Of course, Yaji didn't want to wait, so he took out his trump card and placed a picture of a battleship that he had already drawn in front of Carlo. Your Majesty, this is the drawing of the Navy's new battleship. This battleship was designed by Sir Vittorio Cuniberti. It has a total length of 112.4 meters, a width of 22.7 meters, an average draft of 8.2 meters, and a standard displacement of 14,500 tons. Power. In terms of installation, it is equipped with a vertical triple expansion engine, 19,000 horsepower, 2 shafts and 2 propellers, and a maximum speed of 19.1 knots. The designed coal reserve is 910 tons, normal 1120 tons. The endurance is 2780 nautical miles / 14 knots, 3086 nautical miles / 13 knots, 4720 nautical miles / 10 knots. Equipped with 4 new 305mm main guns, 12 152mm rapid fire secondary guns, 16 57mm rapid fire guns, and 5 torpedo launchers. The armor uses oily armor steel newly developed by Krupp. The main armor belt is 92 meters long, 3.1 meters wide, and the thickest point can reach 309mm. The turret armor is 310mm, and the command platform is 280mm thickest. The cost of the ship will not exceed the 2,600 lire of the Turin class, and our Navy can raise 600 by itself. 10 million lire. The government only needs to allocate 20 million lire. That's right. Yaji's trump card is to raise part of his own military expenses. Since the government doesn't have much money, the Navy should raise some of its own expenses. You can own a latest battleship for 20 million lire. What else can you be dissatisfied with? As for the Navy's self-financing, Yaja is confident. When the time comes to hold more fundraising parties, I believe that Chinese people will donate enthusiastically, especially shipping companies, who will donate generously. The most important asset of a shipping company is a ship, and ships will always encounter various situations at sea. The Navy can play a big role. This is also a mutually beneficial help, and those shipping companies will not understand this truth. As for raising funds among the people, the good image of the Navy in the name of the country should be able to solve part of this problem. Adding these two together, it is not a problem to raise 3 to 4 million lire. As for the remaining 1 or 2 million lire, it is easy. New ships need manpower. When the time comes, 1 or 2 more old ships will be decommissioned and sold, which can save money on maintenance expenses. Aren't they already there? The Navy has even stated that it will raise its own funds, and it seems that it does need to add new ships. Carlo thought for a while and then said, "For 60 million lire, I need the Navy to build 3 new warships." No problem. What? Faced with Carlo's sudden request for 60 million lire to build 3 new warships, Yaji was shocked. "Didn't you say you didn't have any money? Why did you take out 60 million in one go?" Carlo would not give him time to be surprised and continued to ask, "Can the Navy do 60 million and 3 new warships?" Faced with Carlo's questioning, Yajul swallowed, thought quickly and then gritted his teeth and said, "Your Majesty, please rest assured, the Navy will definitely be able to do it. Ha ha ha. Then I'm waiting for news about the launch of 3 battleships." Looking at His Majesty, who was smiling happily, Agile suddenly felt like he had been cheated. But even if he was fooled, he could only swallow it first. The 60 million yuan spent on shipbuilding cannot be pushed back at any cost. The Navy is already looking forward to seeing the new ships. The funding gap of 18 million can still be raised. The worst case scenario is to hold a few more fundraising parties and recruit handsome and tall military officers to accompany them. If there were no women in the Navy, he would have wanted to find some beautiful women to play. As for the remaining gap, it is time to consider the issue of decommissioning more warships. Maybe you can go around the world and see if there is any enemy that needs warships. The best Italian off-the-shelf warships have only been used for less than 30 years and are still 50% new. They can be sold as long as you pay them. After sending away the Navy minister with a heavy look on his face, Carlo also knew that he had exploited the Navy too much. But there is nothing we can do about it. Italy is poor and short of money. If you have money, wouldn't it be a battleship? If you need to build 3 ships, I will build 5. If it is so grand, Carlo predicts that he will not be able to say it in 20 or 30 years. Being diligent and thrifty is the status quo. But there is also a benefit. Italy is currently carrying a huge debt, which is being reduced. It has been reduced from 7.63 billion lire to 7.19 billion lire. This is huge progress. With hard work in the past 2 years, Italy's debt has been reduced by more than 400 million. I believe that as the economy develops, Italy's debt will become less and less. While Carlo was thinking about the future, the captain of the guard, Filmaki, came in with a telegram. "Your Majesty, this is a telegram sent from the Far East. There is a Donghak party uprising in North Korea. Sorry for being late. Let's just count it as yesterday." Chapter 310 Dongsu Party Uprising. Carlo, who was thousands of miles away, could receive news of the East Hak Party uprising. Although there were issues that Carlo was particularly concerned about, it was enough to show that the uprising was huge in scale. The uprising that broke out among Donghak party members such as Jian Junjun and Kim Deok Myung was very powerful. Tens of thousands of people gathered in just a few days, and their troops were directed towards Jeonju, the capital of Jeolla province. The Donghak party uprising will be familiar to those who know something about the Sino-Japanese War of 1894 to 1894. It was the Donghak party uprising that caused China and Japan to fight over North Korea. Carlo has been waiting for this war for a long time. Otherwise, why would the task force and the 1st Guards Division be staying in Lanfang? The tropical humid climate is not friendly to warships and people at all. The Dongsu Party's uprising at least made Carlo know one thing, that is, he did not make any big changes in history. At least from the perspective of the Far East, the changes were not much. Send a telegram to the minister in the Far East of the King Dynasty, asking him to pay close attention to the situation in North Korea. In addition, you can contact Lee Zongtang of Beiyang to inform Japan of possible moves to cause trouble. All Carlo could do was to remind the King Dynasty papermaker. As for whether the other party could make some preparations in advance, he felt it was a bit difficult. But even with preparations made, with the fighting power of the Hui army, in this war that is destined to break out, if there is no external force, Li Zongtang will even have his underwear stripped off. While Carlo was planning for the next interests of the Far East, Japan, as one of the protagonists, was also cheering for the Donghak Party uprising in North Korea. At present, the Donghak Party has occupied the whole state. Although North Korea has sent troops, according to what we have learned, its military combat effectiveness is extremely low and cannot cope with the chaos at all. In view of the fact that the rebellion in North Korea has seriously threatened the interests of the Japanese Empire, therefore, our country cannot sit idly by and do nothing, and must send troops to provide support. At the imperial meeting, the Radical Army Minister General Oamuriwa was making an impassioned speech about the importance of Japan sending troops to North Korea. However, although Oamuriwa was speaking, many people present use their peripheral vision to glance at the Privy Council Chairman Yamagata Aritomo, who was sitting in his seat. Everyone knew who was the most influential person in the army. However, the father of Japan's army seemed not to care at all about those looks, sitting there as steady as a rock. Oyameyan's words immediately aroused approval, and the Tibetan Prime Minister Watanabe Kunitake agreed. This rebellion in North Korea is very detrimental to our country's trade with North Korea. We have every reason to send troops to declare our position. Watanabe Kunitake's words also caused others to whisper. Judging from their expressions, most people supported sending troops into North Korea. But even so, there are still objections. I don't agree with sending troops now. The speaker was the current Japanese Foreign Minister Matsumune Mitsu, and he stood up and said, "But our country's entry into North Korea will inevitably cause a backlash from the Qing dynasty. This was already reflected in the Jiaxin incident 10 years ago. Moreover, the major powers of various countries have a lot of interests in the Qing dynasty, so we cannot ignore the attitudes of the major powers." That's right. Matsumune Mitsu was only considering the attitudes of the major powers, and was afraid of extraneous matters faced with Matsumune Mitsu's words. Ito Hirobumi, as Prime Minister, moved in his heart. Foreign Minister, is there a change in diplomacy? Ito Hirobumi's words made everyone present feel tense. Today's Japan is not as arrogant as it was after the Russo-Japanese War at present, let alone the European powers. Japan is still not confident about whether it can defeat the Qing dynasty next door, so how can it ignore the attitudes of the powers? Seeing that everyone's expressions were abnormal, Matsumune Mitsu, who knew that everyone might be thinking wrongly, quickly explained, "Not yet." Upon hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. However, Italy's attitude is somewhat unclear. The Italians have not responded much to our several goodwill gestures. In addition, Italy's current military strength in Nanyang is not weak, and considering that Italy's interests in the Qing dynasty are not small, so I worried. Matsumune Mitsu's words made Ito Hirobumi tense up. He knew what the other party was worried about. The Italians were indeed a problem, but after thinking about the pros and cons, he spoke. The worries of the Italians can be put aside for now. At present, our main diplomatic work is on the British. As long as we can get the support of the British, who are the most powerful in the Far East, other countries can slowly talk about it. This also requires the military to take the next step. In our actions, we should pay attention to the interests of the great powers. Ito Hirobumi named the foreign minister and the military at once, asking them to pay attention to the situation next. Ito Hirobumi saw it accurately. The British were indeed the most powerful in the Far East, and maintaining relations with the British was very important to Japan. The Japanese were quite lucky at this time, because Russia announced that it would build the Siberian Railway. The British, who were besieging Russia on all sides, really needed a helper. At this time, Japan, which had gradually become civilized, came into the eyes of the British. Ito Hirobumi certainly hopes to gain support from the British, so he actively responds to the British's goodwill. The two countries are now very close. If it is any later, Matsumune Mitsu will need to go to London to officially start negotiations. After resolving or suppressing Matsumune Mitsu's concerns, the Imperial Council finally reached an agreement that Japan needs to take advantage of this opportunity to send troops to North Korea. Of course, Japan is also very aware of the consequences of sending troops. North Korea is close to the Qing dynasty's Langsing land, so this battle is inevitable point. While Japan was actively preparing, as the current sovereign state of North Korea, the Qing dynasty also sent troops into North Korea. Yi Zichao, the governor of Zili, and Ni Shicheng, the commander-in-chief of Taoyuan town, led 3,000 Hue troops into North Korea. The Hue army entered North Korea not mainly to deal with the Dangsu party, but because someone in North Korea was acting as a monster. Di Wangan, the biological father of the king of Joseon, who had been under house arrest for many days, saw that the world was getting worse and worse, and he began to think of seizing power from his daughter-in-law, concubine Minimum. The core of the political chaos in North Korea at that time was the family conflict between the daughter-in-law and her father-in-law. Daewon-kun, who wanted to seize power, looked around and realized that the only people who could help him were the Japanese. So that Daewon-jun secretly contacted Japan and tried to rely on Japan's support to make a comeback. Unfortunately, the news got out, and he was even more closely guarded. Japan, relying on its contact with Daewon-gun, immediately accused the Qing dynasty of lax management of the vassal country of Korea, which caused turmoil in Korea and affected the trade between various countries in Korea, and demanded that the Qing dynasty give up its suzerainty over Korea. In view of another trouble in North Korea, Lee Zongtang, as the main person in charge of managing North Korea, naturally had no choice but to shoulder the responsibility, so 3,000 Hue troops entered North Korea. However, Lee Zongtang still did not know at this time that Japan had made up its mind to take this opportunity to seize North Korea. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 311. The Sino-Japanese War breaks out. As 3,000 Hue troops entered North Korea, Japan was not far behind. More than 4,000 people from the Oshimaru-Chang division of the Japanese 3rd Division suddenly landed forcefully from Jimulpo. As a result, China and Japan were on the verge of war regarding Japan's sudden dispatch of troops. There was a lot of discussion within the Qing court. Frontline generals Yi Zichao and Ni Shicheng believed that China and Japan had a certain advantage in North Korea's military strength at this time, and reinforcements should be sent quickly to assist the North Korean troops in controlling Seoul. Yuan Shikai believed that, whether it was war or peace, the Qing army must retreat northward to Jeonju and Asan, 120 kilometers south of Seoul, or at least to Pyongyang, to avoid fighting alone. Guangxu and Wengtong, who were in Beijing, took the lead in the battle to drive out the Japanese troops in Korea. Of course, why the main battle? In fact, many people know that regardless of victory or defeat, it can weaken the power of the Hue army, which is too large to defeat. Moreover, victory is the emperor's wisdom, and defeat is the failure of Lee Zongtang's command. But it is a good move. Others, led by Prince King, believed that it was difficult to determine the outcome once the war started, so it was better to rely on Britain and Russia for mediation. The most critical thing is that Lee Zongtang has no independent opinion and prefers that Japan does not dare to start a war. This may be another blackmail to send troops to Taiwan. Compared with Japan, which is basically united as one, China's warlike and uncertain attitude has indeed seriously hindered war preparations. Moreover, good news came from Japan's diplomacy at this time. Japan's minister to the United Kingdom, Shuzo Aoki, received a call from London. The British government supported Japan in occupying North Korea. A few days later, Aoki Shuzo signed the Anglo-Japanese Commerce and Navigation Treaty with the United Kingdom, whereby Japan took back the concession, consular jurisdiction, and some customs rights. The Japanese government, whose confidence was boosted, was even more determined to go to war with the Qing dynasty. For the British to support Japan so much is also the consequences of Lee Zongtang's long-term use of foreigners to control foreigners. Compared with Lee Zongtang, who who has always refused to express his position. The British still believe that Japan's aggressive attitude is more reliable. Point at this time, the Qing government finally made up its mind and ordered Lee Zong-tang to send troops to North Korea, showing that it would not hesitate to fight for North Korea. Japan is also stepping up its preparations after learning that the Qing government is willing to fight. On July 19th, Japan's deputy minister to the Qing dynasty, Atori Ki-suk, submitted an ultimatum to the Qing court, requiring the Qing dynasty to immediately abrogate the China-North Korea Protection Treaty, recognize North Korea as an independent and sovereign country, and immediately withdraw all Qing troops from North Korea. This letter is limited to reply within 5 days. Even in the face of Japan's attitude of not willing to fight a war, the Qing court was still unwilling to give up Korea, the last vassal state, and continued to send troops. On July 21st, the Registered Admiral Ningxitan General Guard Wei Rugi led 6,000 troops stationed in Xianjin, and the Registered Admiral Yijin Rear Army Commander Ma Yukon led the 2,000 officers and soldiers stationed in Lushan. They landed at Dadongao Line adjacent to Dandang, preparing to march to Pyongyang. On the same day, the first batch of 1,500 officers and soldiers dispatched by Wu Yuan, the commander of the Bitang Defense Army and the commander-in-chief of Yangtze, was led by the registered commander Jiang Zikan. They boarded the 2 merchant ships of Yangsing Rene and Fijing, and the transport ship Yashan of the Beiyang Navy. It was transported from Xianjin to Yashan under the escort of Weihei and Guangjia of the Guangdong Navy and Wu Yuan of the Beiyang Navy. The actions of the Qing army had been known to Japan from the beginning. In the field of intelligence, Qing and Japan are simply on 2 levels, not to mention the intelligence departments of Japan's Navy and Army. Japan's civilian intelligence organizations alone are enough to make the Qing dynasty drink a pot. Take Xuanyang Society, the predecessor of the Black Dragon Society, as an example. Since Xuanyang Society opened its Oriental Academy in Shanghai in 1884, Xuanyang Society, which has been deeply involved in the Qing dynasty for 10 years, has extended its tentacles to the inland, opening in inland cities such as Hankow, Nanchang, Kaifeng, and Baoding. There are intelligence bases. These intelligence bases, covered by chambers of commerce, continuously transmitted Qing intelligence back to Japan. No, the specific information about the Qing dynasty sending troops to North Korea was found out by Xuanyang. Of course, intelligence work cannot be reported in a timely manner at all times. The Japanese intelligence department did not report the first batch of 1,500 Qing troops shipped from Xianjin to Asan in a timely manner. After the fleet arrived in Asan, the Japanese government this also led to a burst of reprimands in an inconspicuous tea house in Xianjin. 2 middle-aged men in casual clothes were having a secret discussion in a box. Deputy, Assistant Lee, the last message was very useful to us. We are willing to pay more attention to friends, like Assistant Lee. This is our extra thanks to Assistant Lee. As he spoke, a silver check with 200 taels of silver printed on it was handed to Deputy Lee. Looking at the banknote in front of him, Deputy Lee's eyes flashed with greed, and he casually put the banknote into his sleeve. You're welcome. After watching the other party collect the check, the middle-aged man continued talking. Agent Lee, when is the next ship to Asan, so we can continue doing business with the military master? Well, I understand. Another 200 taels of silver note was handed to Deputy Lee. This matter is not easy to handle. After taking a look at the 200 taels of silver notes, it was obvious that Deputy Lee was not satisfied. I think this will help Your Excellency. Another 200 taels of silver note was handed over. On the 23rd, the senior assistant officer of the Battalion Affairs Office will take the second batch of officers and soldiers to Asan on the Gaosheng of Yi Mason Company. They are expected to arrive on the 25th. Deputy Lee was also very cheerful. After getting the money, he told the information he knew, as if he was pouring beans. Thank you to Assistant Lee for your accommodation. Now that I have made money, I will never forget Assistant Lee's good work. In the evening of that day, a secret message was sent to Shanghai through the commercial telegraph line in Xianjin. and then along the submarine telegraph line that night. It was sent from Shanghai to Japan. At this time, Japan had decided to go to war with the Qing dynasty, so after receiving this information, Japan immediately forwarded this information to the Navy Ministry. Therefore, on July 25th, the first guerrilla force of the Japanese combined fleet suddenly attacked the two cruisers Jiayuan and Guangai of the Biang Navy in the waters of Toyoshima, North Korea, and then sank the British transport ship Gaosheng and captured the gunboat Kaojiang. This also marked the complete outbreak of the war between China and Japan over North Korea. Of course, before that, Japan wanted to seize the opportunity. The Oshima Brigade of the Japanese 3rd Division, which was the first to land, suddenly occupied Seoul on the 23rd and took Emperor Gaozong hostage. Japan's consul general in North Korea, Komura Jutaro, submitted an ultimatum to the North Korean government, demanding that North Korea immediately abrogate the Sino-North Korean Protection Treaty, immediately declare North Korea a sovereign country, and expel the Qing troops in North Korea. Faced with Komura Jutaro's alliance under the city, the North Korean government was shocked. Japan did not give North Korea time to think about it, and immediately carried out Daewonjin, and reorganized the North Korean regime. Concubine minimum's power fell immediately. Faced with Japan's preemptive move, the Qing dynasty had no choice but to declare war at this point. The Sino-Japanese War of 1894 to 1894 completely broke out. Chapter 312 Li Zongtang's Little Thoughts. The outbreak of the Sino-Japanese War filled the Far East with smoke. The first to bear the brunt were Nishichen and Jizucheo's troops in Asan near Seoul. This Qing army in southern Korea was attacked by the Japanese 9th Mixed Brigade Major General Oshima Raish with more than 4,000 troops from Seoul on July 25th. At that time, the Qing army stationed in Yashin had increased to more than 3,800 people. Among them, Taoyuan Town Commander-in-Chief Nishichen and Registered Admiral Jiang Zikan led 2,800 troops to be stationed in Qinghuan, i.e. Admiral Yizucheo of Zili led 500 people from the 1st Battalion to Gangzhou, and another 1st Battalion was stationed in Yashin. Mountain Point. The two armies fought for one day. In view of the Japanese army's strength in South Korea and our reinforcements still in the Pyongyang area of North Korea, they lost more than 500 people. The two Qing troops had to relocate, and the Japanese army lost 88 people. After expelling two Qing troops, the Japanese army stepped up its efforts to transport troops from within the country. The 5th Division, the 10th Mixed Brigade and other units also landed in North Korea during this period. In Japan, various divisions are mobilizing to prepare for the next reinforcement of North Korea. Faced with Japan's impressive moves, the Qing dynasty was also making preparations. Li Zongtang was also making preparations and continued to mobilize Shenzhen, Fengjun and others from China to train troops and enter the DPRK to fight. Of course, Li Zongtang did more than just this. At Li Zongtang's warm invitation, the Italian minister to the Qing dynasty, Jia Liwen, walked into the busy Shenzhen governor's palace. Minister Jia, I invite you to come this time, mainly because our country needs your help. Li Zongtang briefly and clearly explained his intention to invite Jia Liwen this time at the beginning, due to Japan's despicable and shameless sneak attack. Our country is not fully prepared now, so we want to purchase a batch of weapons and ammunition from your country to equip our soldiers. As a confidant and right-hand man, Zhao Fu told Minister Jia Liwen the reason for the invitation. That's right. Although Italy reminded him many times, Li Zongtang didn't take it too seriously, so he didn't realize until the war started that his military preparations were still not sufficient. At this time, Li Zongtang thought of Italy. Not only could he ask Minister Jia to come to Shenzhen to discuss the matter, but Zhao Fu's explanation would be much better than what he himself could do. At least it would save his own face. Minister Jia had made some assumptions before coming, so he was not surprised by Zhao Fu's words, but it was not easy for him to agree to Li Zongtang's request on behalf of Italy. Jia Liwen said, Master Zhao's words are very difficult for me to handle. Your country believes and knows the principle of diplomatic neutrality and allows our country to break neutrality and participate in it. This is not easy for Rome to agree to. Yes, after the war broke out between China and Japan, although Italy has not declared neutrality, it is impossible for Italy to take the lead in violating the principle of neutrality without paying some costs, because he knew that, since Quirinal Palace invited him here this time, he would definitely not be so solemn with a small amount of weapons and ammunition. Of course it's not easy, which means the price is too small. As a man of the Qing dynasty, would Li Zhangtang still not understand what Jia Liwen meant? Sure enough, as Jia Liwen finished speaking, Zhao Fu spoke directly. Our country will remember Italy's kindness. Of course, our country will not suffer any loss from its friends. This is our country's need. As he spoke, a weapons purchase list was handed to Jia Liwen. Minister Jia took the list and looked at it carefully. 15,000 M88 Carcano rifles, 30,000 Vatry M1870 rifles, 48 Maxim heavy machine guns, 68 57mm mountain guns, 32 75mm field guns, 16 85mm field guns, 150mm shore guns, 6 anti-guns and 2 240mm shore defense guns, as well as 15 million rounds of various bullets and 80,000 rounds of various artillery shells, with a total value of more than 15 million lire. These weapons lists are quite normal, and Jia Liwen thinks that he can nod and agree to them. After all, Rome had given instructions before to ensure Italy's interests in the Far East. Italy's interests in the Far East were basically concentrated in the Qing dynasty, so the meaning of this statement is self-evident. As for why you don't agree easily, it's not simple. If it's easy to get, then you won't know how to be grateful. But Jia Liwen couldn't care less about the supplies at the front of the list now, because there were still some items at the end of the list. Your country not only wants to purchase Chinese warships, but also wants to hire retired Chinese officers and soldiers to operate the warships. This matter is too sensitive, and I'm afraid it will be difficult for our country to agree to it. Yes, compared with selling weapons, that violates the principle of neutrality. Jia Liwen feels that Li Zhangtang feels too good about himself, and actually wants the Italian army to fight for him. That's right, hiring retired officers and soldiers is just a cover-up. It may be that the actions of Italy during the Sino-French War 10 years ago gave this old man an illusion. Jia Liwen felt that it was necessary to dispel Li Zhangtang's illusion. In the face of Jia Liwen's rebuttal, Li Zhangtang was not angry. After all, he had tasted the benefits before, so he tried to test one or two with the mentality of having a date, but not a date. Minister Jia, don't be angry. As far as I know, this kind of thing is not uncommon in Europe, so our country's request is nothing. It is obvious that Li Zhangtang has done his homework and knows some situations in Europe. After hearing Li Zhangtang's words, Minister Jia felt that it was necessary to educate him on this matter. What Zhangtang said was a situation that lasted hundreds of years. This situation is basically not seen in Europe now. In addition, when your country was at war with France, our country would send retired officers and soldiers. That is a very bad relationship between our country and France, obviously. Jia Liwen wanted to tell Li Zhangtang that the situation is different now, and it is impossible to end Italy without a sufficient price. With this purchase order of millions of taels, it is impossible to satisfy Italy. Li Zhangtang also understood what Minister Jia Liwen meant. At this time, Li Zhangtang still had power and was not very eager to invite Italy to help, so he immediately changed the subject. It's me, Meng language. Let's talk about weapons procurement. After pressing the intention of inviting Italy to help, the two parties were finally able to discuss weapons procurement. And Li Zhangtang also knew that with the outbreak of the Sino-Japanese War, weapons were currently difficult to buy, so he didn't insist much on the price this time. For the sake of the interests of the Far East, Italy did not ask for too high a price, so this batch of arms was finally sold at a price of 22 million. Don't think that Italy is taking advantage of the situation. Li Zhangtang is actually taking advantage. You must know that due to the outbreak of the Sino-Japanese War, the price of arms has risen by half like a rocket. And it's not something you can buy if you have money, let alone such a large batch of arms. Moreover, Li Zhangtang's requirements are still high. This batch of arms must be transported to Shenzhen within 2 months. Considering the shipping time, this means that this batch of arms must be drawn from the army warehouse. It can be said that Italy has already put half of its, but on China's side. Next, it depends on how Li Zhantang plays. Italy has already given a lot of support. Chapter 313 Carlo waiting for opportunity. After Jia Liwen and Li Zhantang negotiated the arms purchase, they immediately sent a telegram to report to the country. The most happy person about this purchase list is the army, because these materials require the cooperation of the army. Of course, a large part of the profits will be left to the army. Your Majesty, please rest assured that the army will collect the materials on the list and they will be shipped to the Far East in less than a week. Looking at Marshal Cardona, who was extremely excited about eating meat, Admiral Yagyi, the Minister of the Navy, could only show envy in his eyes. At a time when the Navy is trying to raise money to build new ships, it is impossible not to envy such a purchase list. However, because the sale of warships by the Navy has a strong political nature, the sale of warships is not a purely economic issue compared to the sale of weapons by the army. Of course, Carlo understood Admiral Yagyi's jealous thoughts, but it was rare for the army to come across such quick money. So Carlo couldn't let the army part with it. Besides, the army will need to be used next, and the army will not be too harsh. Admiral Argyle, wait a moment. When the admiral was about to leave, Carlo stopped him. Your Majesty, do you have any other orders? Facing Admiral Yagyi's inquiry, Carlo spoke. What do your navy think of the confrontation between the two navies in this war in the Far East? Facing the king's inquiry, Admiral Yagyi, as the head of the navy, had also paid attention to this issue before. It has been a long time since a naval war broke out in the world in recent years, and naturally everyone is looking forward to the battle between the two navies in the Far East. Moreover, the Italian navy also has an advantage. That is, it has a very good understanding of the true combat effectiveness of the Peng Navy, who has so many Italian consultants in the Peng Navy. How could this opportunity of close observation be missed? So Admiral Yagyi is very confident. Your Majesty, according to our Navy Department's understanding, the Chinese Navy is slightly inferior to the Japanese Navy in terms of warship strength. As for the comparison of the capabilities of the two officers and soldiers, since we do not have much information on the Japanese Navy officers and soldiers, we can only get rough information. However, based on the intelligence we have learned, the Japanese side still has the advantage in terms of capabilities of the two sides. Therefore, the Japanese Navy should have the advantage in this war, and the best choice for the Chinese side should be to rely on its geographical advantages to defend the Bohai Sea Circle. Then let the army open things up. Yes, the Italian Navy's judgment is closely related to the naval strength of the two parties. At present, the main battleships of the Peng Navy are still centered on the 4 great Yuans, 2 Dingyuan-class armored ships, and 2 Venice-class armored cruisers Ziyuan and Jingyuan. You must know that in this era of rapid technological advancement, these 4 warships are all products of the 1980s, and are more than 10 years old. Yangli, Chaoyang, Jingyuan, Pingyuan and other ships are all small ships of 2 to 3,000 tons. On the other hand, in Japan, let's not talk about the 3 scenery ships, especially the 2 10,000-ton cruise ships purchased by Japan from the United Kingdom, the Yoshino and the Akitsusu. These 2 10,000-ton class patrol ships are the result of Carlo's butterfly instigation. The single ship has a full load displacement of 10,900 tons, and is equipped with 4 254mm rack-mounted guns, 6 152mm barreled guns, and 6 120mm barreled guns. It can be said that it is armed to the teeth. In addition, this class of warship is not weak in speed. It can run a maximum speed of 18.5 knots, and has good armor. It is a very representative masterpiece of Britain. Of course, this has drained Japan's pockets. The cost of £1.09 million is indeed not cheap. From the perspective of the Italian Navy, the Chinese Navy has no advantage at all. The 2 10,000-ton patrol ships are a problem it cannot solve. It can only rely on defense and use the advantages inside the Bohai Sea to consume its opponents. Of course, this is because Italy does not know the reputation of our King Army point. Although Admiral Yagi doesn't know, Carlo still doesn't know. In terms of army equipment between China and Japan, the King Army actually has an advantage. But one is an old style army and the other is a new style army, making decisions between superiors and superior. So, after thinking about it, Carlo decided to end the topic. Your Navy is preparing a batch of warships, mainly small coastal defense armored ships, cruisers, torpedo boats and other ships. Someone may come to buy them. That's right. Carlo has already prepared to deal with the failure of the Peng Navy. Although the effect of his own instigation made the Peng Navy much stronger than in history, the consequence was that the Japanese Navy became even more powerful. So there is no need to think about the outcome of the next naval battle. When the warship personnel are not as good as the opponent, what can we do to win the opponent? It is true that the strength of the Japanese combined fleet is much stronger than in history, but Carlo is not worried at all. Because the strength of the Italian task force is not something it can resist, the powerful firepower on the 3 Turin-class battleships can sink them all. As for when Italy will play, it depends on the timing. Only when the opponent is almost at the end of his rope, Italy's appearance can make the opponent appreciate him even more. Some people may ask why it didn't debut earlier. How come Qing Dynasty is also Italy's largest overseas market? To say this is to say that you do not understand diplomacy. Every country will compete for the best interests. Being able to push Italy to a direct end in the Sino-Japanese War was already Carlo's greatest ability as a Chinese in his previous life. Italians have their own needs. Carlo cannot have his own way, and he does not have to do so. He is the king of Italy and needs to consider Italy's interests. As for whether the King Congress would give up Italy's help because they couldn't agree on a price, this is a possibility. If this situation occurs, it can only be blamed on the King Court's ignorance, and it deserves to lose money and cede territory. However, although the senior officials of the King Court were said to be all kinds of bad things in later generations, through understanding, Carlo knew that these people still had basic political literacy. It's not like later generations of comedians coming on stage and turning the entire country into a hilarious comedy. After communicating with the Minister of the Navy and asking him to prepare a batch of warships, Carlo was waiting for the next news in Japan. The combined fleet is temporarily stationed in Nagasaki, and the Navy is undergoing final mobilization. They next need to cut off the land and sea transportation of the King Army in Peng Gang. Yes, for the current King Army and the Japanese Army, sea transportation is the most important supply route for both parties. Of course, the Japanese Navy also has a more important task, which is to seize control of the Yellow Sea and drive back the Peng Navy. To this end, the staff of the Japanese combined fleet have already formulated a complete plan. They needed to stir up the nerves of the King Court, so that the Peng Navy had to come out to fight. Now is the training stage before the departure of the Japanese Navy. After it is completed, the Japanese combined fleet will need to set sail. In the afternoon, the Japanese combined fleet, led by the flagship Matsushima, set out to sea. Chapter 314, The Battle of Dadangao. Then Japan's strategy worked. After the combined fleet approached Weihei, the King Court was furious. Emperor Guangxu blamed Ding Rujing, the admiral of the Peng Navy, for not being able to defend the territory. Wengtong, the Minister of Revenue, even criticized the Peng Navy, which cost the imperial court a huge amount of money to build. Can the Peng Navy be able to fight the Japanese? The target of the attack is directed at Li Zongtang, the leader of Peng, and its purpose is self-evident. Forced to do nothing, Li Zongtang had no choice but to order Ding Rujing to cruise on the Yellow Sea to calm the emperor's anger and relieve the pressure of public opinion. On September 12, 1894, 12 battleships of the Peng Navy set out from Weihei and went to Dadangao at the mouth of the Yalu River to escort the army to land. On September 13th, the combined fleet headquarters and the 1st Guerrilla Force headed to the mouth of the Yalu River to search for the main force of the Peng Navy for a decisive battle. The Chinese and Japanese fleets are all gathered in one place, so it is naturally very easy for them to fight. On the 17th, in the Dadangao waters, warships from both sides finally discovered each other. So a naval battle related to the trend of the Sino-Japanese War began. As soon as the battle began, Japan encountered great luck. The combined fleet flagship Sangdeo opened fire and hit the Dingyuan mainmast. The command signal cable was destroyed by artillery fire. Ding Ruchun, who was supervising the battle on the flybridge, was seriously injured and could not continue to command point at this opening. The ships of the Beiyang Navy, apart from being able to advance and retreat with Dingyuan, had lost their command point subsequently. The Japanese fleet equipped a large number of retractable artillery guns, which caused the Beiyang Navy to suffer. Although the Beiyang Navy was also equipped with rapid-fire artillery, due to the small amount of money allocated by Li Zongtang and the insufficient number, it was very difficult to fight this naval artillery battle point. Not long after the battle, the two old ships Yang Wei and Cheoyang were sunk, and then the Peng Gang was also caught in fire, and had to withdraw from the battle point. Fang Boqian, the commander of Jian, was frightened by the fierce battle and evacuated the battlefield without permission. The Jian evacuated without authorization, which greatly damaged the morale of the officers and soldiers of other ships. There are now comments on the internet about overturning Fang Boqian's verdict, which is enough. The morale of the Japanese combined fleet was greatly boosted, and the commander, Lieutenant General Ito Yuhiro, even made bold statements to annihilate the main force of the Beiyang Navy. Of course, he had his own confidence in saying this. The two Yoshino and Akitsusu ships, which cost a lot of money, performed extremely well in naval battles, and were the weapons that the combined fleet relied on. Sure enough, under the leadership of the two ships Jingyuan and Leiyuan also sank in battle. So far, except for the Dingyuan and Xinyuan armored ships, and the two armored patrol ships Ziyuan and Jingyuan, the other main warships of the Beiyang Navy have either been sunk or withdrawn from the battle. Of course, it is not as easy for these four battleships to be sunk as for other 2,000 to 3,000 ton cruisers. Its thick armor withstood the attacks of a large number of rapid-fire cannons from the combined fleet. However, the current battlefield situation is extremely unfavorable to the Beiyang Navy. The guerrilla fleet that has completed its mission joined the siege of 4 Beiyang warships. The two sides fought from 3 o'clock in the afternoon to 5:30. In more than 2 hours, the two calm ships each withstood 300 to 400 rounds of artillery shells. The two ships Ziyuan and Jingyuan also had more than 200 rounds. Of course, the combined fleet did not fare well. Although Beiyang fired fewer artillery shells, basically each ship of the combined fleet took 30 or 40 rounds. In particular, the 305mm main gun of the second calm ship is even more powerful. The two ships Yi and Fuso were seriously injured and withdrawn from the battlefield. The two ships, Ziyuan and Jingyuan, were not far behind and severely wounded the two cruisers Chiyoda and Nishikayomeru, and pulled them out of the battle point. In the later stages of the battle, the 4 Beiyang ships were in urgent need of shells. At this time, Ding Ruchun, the commander of the Ziyuan, made an important decision to let Jingyuan and the 3 ships Xinyuan and Dingyuan withdraw from the battlefield. He drove the Ziyuan to the rear. Faced with Ding Ruchun's act of risking his own life, the other 3 leaders also knew that the fight could no longer be fought at this time, and they could only leave the Ziyuan to evacuate first. The commander of the Japanese combined fleet, Yuhiro Ito, saw the actions of the Beiyang fleet and decided to take over the Ziyuan as soon as possible. The reason why he made this decision was that the Japanese combined fleet did not have many artillery shells. It was better to destroy one ship than to let go of 4, so the Ziyuan was then besieged by the United Fleet. More than 400 artillery shells were fired on it, resulting in 80% loss of personnel and the loss of all artillery power, turning it into a floating coffin at sea. At this time, the Japanese combined fleet still coveted the ship and sent a signal asking it to surrender, but Ding Ruchun flatly refused. In the end, the Gaokayan, who was torpedoed and sunk nearby, and Ding Ruchun was also killed along with the ship. Of the more than 400 officers and soldiers on board the Ziyuan, only 32 were rescued. The sinking of the Ziyuan also marked the end of the Battle of Dadangao. In this naval battle, the Beiyang Navy lost most of its main warships, with a tonnage of more than 119,000 tons, and more than 1,500 personnel. The combined fleet lost 2,300 tons of tonnage, the cruiser He was seriously damaged and sank on the way back, and more than 600 personnel were lost. It can be said that after this naval battle, the Biang Navy no longer had the power to compete with the combined fleet. Although there are still 3 7,000-ton ships left, the other warships have suffered all casualties. Without other auxiliary warships, the strength of the Biang Navy has dropped significantly. As for Fang Boqian, the commander of the Jiuan No. 1 who escaped before the battle, he was taken into custody after returning to the station and was eventually sentenced to death. The results of the Dadongao naval battle were spread throughout the world at an extremely fast speed, in addition to the two countries involved. Although the war between China and Japan is still going on, a preliminary view of the process of the naval battle has been discussed. First of all, tube retracting guns will be the mainstream of future naval guns. Secondly, warship formation should also be organized according to tonnage and speed. In addition, commanders must designate replacement officers before the war, and they must not be officers on the same warship, etc. Of course, the most talked about thing is that fast cruisers should never be mixed with slow armored ships. Yes, the biggest failure of the Biang Navy this time was to mix the two Ziyuan and Jingyuan ships with a speed of 18 knots, and the Dingyuan and Xinyuan ships with a speed of 14 knots. Although this greatly enhanced the strength of the Biang battle formation, it extremely weakened the cruise formation. Otherwise, how could the Japanese guerrilla formations wipe out the cruise formations in Biang so quickly, laying the foundation for winning this naval battle? This also fully shows that Biang Admiral Ding Ruchun is not a qualified fleet commander and his command ability is too weak. Speaking of which, the Biang Navy has so many advisors, especially Major General Antonio, who is the general advisor, and should point out the mistakes Rear Admiral Antonio was wronged. He had mentioned it before when the fleet went to sea, but Admiral Ding insisted that his own team was the key. As long as he defeated the enemy's own team, he would then fight against the enemy's cruiser formation. Everyone knows what happened next. After being seriously injured and losing its commander, the Biang Navy was completely fighting on its own. What's the point of not losing? With the defeat of the Biang Navy, after Japan gained control of the sea, its transportation lines no longer had to worry about. Next, it depends on the performance on land. Chapter 315 Borrowing Foreign Soldiers. After the defeat of Peng Gang, the defeat of the Yalu River, the fall of Port Arthur, and the defeat of the Dadongao naval battle, in just 3 months, the Qing army suffered successive defeats, losing tens of thousands of troops. Now the war has burned to the land of Langsing, the Qing court. This right, and the Qing court, as the actual commander of this war, Li Zhongtang, was even more overwhelming. Not to mention that most of the family's fortune has been lost, and their intestines are filled with regret. But there was no turning back after the construction started. Everything must be fought now, otherwise he, Li Zhongtang, would be the culprit. So he currently thought of a solution that was not a solution. Borrow foreign soldiers. Speaking of which, Li Zhongtang also had rich experience in borrowing foreign soldiers. During the Taiping Rebellion, Li Zhongtang borrowed foreign soldiers. When Gordon formed a foreign gun team to defend the concession in Shanghai, he was borrowed by him to deal with Chiang Mai. During the subsequent Sino-French War, reinforcement were borrowed from Italy. Although it was delivered to Li Zhongtang's doorstep by himself, it didn't matter to Li Zhongtang. Being able to borrow foreign soldiers is his ability, and Li Zhongtang is the only one in the world who can borrow foreign soldiers. Although Li Zhongtang was skilled in the business of borrowing foreign soldiers, this time it was no small matter, because he borrowed a little too much. At least over 10,000. This person is not a relative of Li Zhongtang, so he must pay a huge price. And this matter is of great importance, so except for a few people, no one else knows. This time, except for his confidant Zhao, he brought no one else with him when meeting and discussing with Italian Minister Giuliwen. After all, people talk a lot, and if the matter is not discussed, it will cause uproar in the city, and he doesn't know what moth he will come up with. Thinking of this, Wang Tong's disgusted face appeared in his mind. Yushin, you said that borrowing troops this time can be done. Facing Li Zhongtang's questioning, how could he not know what he was thinking, as he had been his confidant for many years? Zhang Tang had no idea, sir, if this can be done. The Italian people have great interests in our country. Judging from their interactions over the years, they have great goodwill towards us. I think the Italian people have also been involved in fierce battles in Europe in recent years, and they have a lot of foreign debts. If so, if you pay a certain price, then the habits of others should be the same. Zhao Fu's words made Li Zhangtang feel at ease. They also knew about the discussion with Italian Minister Jia Liwen about borrowing troops. After learning about Italy's performance in recent years, Li Zhangtang also had a high evaluation. Although the land battle was not as good as Germany, and the naval battle was not as good as England, it still had 8 or 9 points of its combat power, which was a strong reinforcement point. Yes, the senior leaders of the Hui army have a high opinion of Italy. It is not much worse than Germany in land battles, and it is not as strong as Britain in naval battles. It has raised Italy to the point where it is comparable to Britain and Germany. Although it sounds like a compliment to have good relations with Italy, it also shows that Italy's successive victories in recent years have greatly improved Italy's international status at this time. Li Zhangtang's eldest son Li Jingfang came to report, "Father, the guests have arrived." "Okay, let's go over there." "That's right." In order to keep it secret, even the servants' work was done by Li Zhangtang's son. In a secret room in the governor's yamen, Minister Jia put aside his blouse and looked at the place. In typical Chinese style, there are only a few chairs besides a long table. At this time, Li Zhangtang and Zhao Fu walked in. "Mr. Jia, I hope you will pay attention to your negligence. It doesn't matter. I'm extremely happy to see Master Zhangtang again." After a brief exchange of greetings, Li Zhangtang spoke. "The main reason for inviting Minister Jia to come this time is to ask for something. Can you please speak frankly, Master Zhangtang? Currently, our country has suffered heavy losses in the war with Japan, especially on naval vessels, so I would like to purchase a batch of off-the-shelf warships from your country. In addition, our country is also quite short of personnel. Can we recruit a group of retired officers and soldiers from your country? Replenish the purchased warships. In addition, your country also knows that our country's current losses on land are not small, so retired army officers and soldiers also need it. Of course, our country also knows that this will make things difficult for your country, so in terms of cost, our country can pay the price of hiring consultants. Give these retired officers and soldiers the treatment they deserve." "Good guy." Jia Liwen was startled by Li Zhangtang's opening. Rather than hiring a consultant, he was clearly planning to invite Italy to send troops. "Lord Zhangtang, you also know that our country is neutral in this war in the Far East. Your country hired our retired officers and soldiers to come to China during the war, which will seriously interfere with our country's neutrality." As soon as Jia Liwen said these words, Li Zhangtang and Zhao Fu looked at each other. Something interesting. Instead of refusing directly, the target mentioned the difficulties. This was because he was waiting for him to make an offer. "Our country is willing to pay 20 million taels of silver to your country to purchase a batch of ships and arms. In addition, we are willing to pay a monthly salary ranging from 40 taels to 200 taels for each military consultant who comes to China according to his pre-retirement military rank. In addition, if there is an accident while we are in China, we are willing to pay 600 taels of resettlement fees for each person who is disabled, and we are willing to pay 800 taels for the burial of those who die." Li Zhangtang gave a lot. You must know that the Hui army Zhengyang only received 4.2 taels of silver per month. This was given to the Italian army almost 10 times. As soon as he opened his mouth, he was indeed rich and wealthy. Li Zhangtang had no choice. Each of these powers was more greedy than the other, and they all hoped to draw concessions in the Qing dynasty and reap benefits. On the contrary, Yi Ren, who can just give money directly, seems strange among them. Can Li Zhangtang sign any contract for the concession? So I can only think of ways to deal with money. Jia Liwen frowned. After listening to the conditions given by Li Zhangtang, Li Zhangtang, I would like to ask how many retired officers and soldiers from our country you plan to hire. A few thousand. Although he didn't understand what Minister Jia meant, Li Zhangtang still told the truth. After listening to Li Zhangtang's words, Jia Liwen shook his head and said, "Li Zhangtang, with all due respect, your country has hired fewer people. Jia. Liwen's words shocked Li Zantang and Zhaofu, which was not enough point seeing the expressions of the two people in front of him. Jia Liwen, who knew that the other party would misunderstand, opened his mouth to explain. You have misunderstood. This is not what I said, but the estimate of our military. At present, the Japanese army has a standing army of more than 80,000 people and a reserve force of nearly 200,000. If we want to defeat the Japanese army, our country does not have 3 or 4 with tens of thousands of people. It is difficult to do it. And considering the current strength of the Japanese navy, our country also needs to dispatch at least 80,000 tons of warships, so the cost is not cheap at all. With 30 to 40,000 people, we also need 80,000 tons of warships, and the money needed for this is gone. At this moment, a trace of regret flashed through Li Zantang's heart. He needed to borrow so many foreign soldiers. Did the Qing dynasty have enough money? Everyone was silent for a while, and the room fell into an eerie silence. Although Jia Liwen didn't know Li Zantang's inner thoughts, he could guess some. Your Excellency Zantang, this is a necessary condition to win the war. If our country provides help, then the outcome of this war will also be based on the will of Your Excellency Zantang. Jia Liwen's words were a naked temptation to use the court's money to deal with the Hui army. Now Li Zantang was tempted. Originally, he did not intend to fight the Japanese, but was prompted by the imperial court to do so. Now we can invite foreign soldiers to deal with the Japanese, but the court still has to pay for it, right? However, this matter was serious, and Li Zantang still needed the support of the court. Therefore, in the end, the negotiations with Jia Liwen were limited to verbal agreements, and everything had to be decided after Li Zantang came to Beijing. The day after the secret meeting with Minister Yu Jia, Li Zantang went to Beijing in person to meet with Cixi and Guangxu. After nearly 2 days of secret discussions with the Emperor and Queen Mother, Li Zantang finally got the result he wanted. Considering the safety of the Langxing land in the northeast, the Qing government had to accept Li Zantang's suggestion and recruit 30,000 retired army officers and soldiers and 4,000 retired navy officers and soldiers from Italy. In addition, it also purchased the arms and leases needed by these people from Italy. Warship. Yes, leasing warships is also a pioneer. The Qing dynasty leased 3 Italian Turin-class ships, 2 Venetian-class warships, and some other warships. It leased nearly 80,000 tons in one go, surpassing the Japanese combined fleet in one fell swoop. The situation at sea immediately reversed. And as the Qing court announced the news to the world, it immediately caused an uproar in all countries. Chapter 316 Fierce Reaction. Your country's attitude of violating the principle of neutrality is a shameless betrayal of the civilized world, and will be strongly condemned by all countries. In the palace, Carlo sat on a chair and listened to the British ambassador Mandison uttering deafening words of justice. Carlo knew that the British were anxious. They had just decided to support Japan in encircling Russia and wanted to find some supplements for Japan. However, he encountered Italy personally going to attack Japan. As the boss behind the scenes, how could the British Empire sit still? No, Ambassador Mandison's protest was sent directly to Carlo. How could Carlo not understand the anger of the British? But Italy is not a follower of the United Kingdom, so why should it listen to the British? Italy also has its own interests. It is not in Italy's interest to allow the Japanese to grow in the Far East. Although from a historical point of view, the rise of the Japanese is unstoppable, for Carlo, it can be blocked for a few years. Anyway, Japan cannot get too much of the Qing dynasty's cake. Your Excellency Ambassador, do you need a glass of water first? After Mandison finished speaking, Carlo asked with concern. This made Ambassador Mandison very angry. For a long time, the monarch did not take what he said to heart. Don't blame Carlo for speaking too bluntly. The British protests really don't matter. As long as the British do not personally help Japan, Italy will not be moved at all. There is no way. Money is very attractive, let alone Italy, which is currently crazy about poverty. According to estimates from the Ministry of Finance, supporting the Qing government would bring in direct benefits of at least 200 million lire, and indirect benefits could reach more than 300 million lire. This is a huge sum of money, so don't even think about asking Italy to give up with empty words. In fact, Ambassador Manderson also knows that he is doing useless work. In fact, London also knows this. But there are some things that you must do, even though you know they are useless. Otherwise everyone will look bad. Otherwise, if the newly recruited younger brother was beaten, how could he be convincing if he didn't show his anger? Of course, it is impossible to end the game in person, so it is good to be able to scold him in person. The British know very well who is more important, Japan or Italy, which is also a great power. Carlo also knew this, so he intervened in the war in the Far East. In fact, Carlo had already analyzed the pros and cons before helping the Qing dynasty. As long as the British don't make hostile moves towards Italy, then there won't be much of a problem. The chance that the British will die for Japan personally is zero. This is the result of Carlo's calm analysis, based on the current British diplomacy and the previous situation of sending troops in addition to the British. The United States, another country that supports Japan, is even more impossible. In addition to these two countries, Russia, which has the greatest geographical advantage in the Far East, was willing to see the war between China and Japan at the beginning. However, as Japan crossed the Yalu River and entered the customs, its attitude changed. Russia, which has regarded foreign countries as its meat, has become hostile to Japan. France was influenced by Russia and had a bad impression of Japan. Germany's entry into Italy was a mixed bag. The good news is that Italy is its ally no matter what, and Italy's growth can be said to be an increase in its own strength. What is worrying is that Italy's impulsive and desperate approach makes it slightly worried about such an impulsive ally. As for Austria-Hungary, the Far East is too far away from Austria-Hungary, and its influence in the Far East is limited. So looking at it, there is nothing that prevents Italy from causing trouble in the Far East. Of course, if Italy divides its sphere of influence in the Qing dynasty, this is a different matter, since other countries will not, or cannot intervene in Italy's actions. This is definitely the worst news for Japan. In fact, after the Qing dynasty was announced to the world, Japan was worried about the malicious intentions from Italy. The war with the Qing dynasty has now entered a troubled period. Do you have any good suggestions? At the imperial meeting, Ito Hirobumi, as prime minister, did not hesitate to express his inner thoughts in front of all the ministers of the court. There was no way, seeing that this war was going smoothly, when Ito Hirobumi and others were ready to reap a wave of benefits, they were suddenly told that what you just fought were just miscellaneous soldiers, and now the boss is coming. Being able to avoid shouting insults and being shameless is considered very well educated. But swearing doesn't solve the problem. Now, the most urgent request for Japan is that the Italians are coming. How should Japan deal with this new opponent? Seigo-kun, does your Navy department have any plans? Ito Hirobumi directly named them and asked the Navy Ministry to come up with a solution. As for why the Navy is named first, the reason is simple. Whether it is protecting maritime transportation lines or fighting for sea control, the Navy is needed. It can be said that without a Navy, the Japanese troops in Liaodong and Korea were all useless in view of the importance of the Navy. That's why I asked the Navy first. Facing the Prime Minister's inquiry, Seigo Yumichi, as the Minister of the Navy, discussed in a low voice with the commander of the combined fleet, Ito Yuhiro, before speaking. Our Navy does have a plan. Upon hearing that the Navy really had a solution, everyone present became interested. Please, Zixiang-kun, please tell me the truth. At this time, Ito Yuhiro, who was on one side, said, before we say anything, we must first explain that this plan is a bit bold. It doesn't matter. The empire is currently in trouble, so please speak out. After getting approval from Prime Minister Ito, Seigo opened his mouth. Our Navy's plan is to immediately land on the Wihawari side and seize Wihawari, the most important military port in the North Sea, to prevent the military port from being used by Italy. Nani, the words of the Lord of the Admiralty shocked the others, because it was too dangerous. This is just nonsense. As a replacement for the new army minister Takashi Monosuke, who had gone to command the 1st Army Omewa, he immediately refuted. Because of this plan, it will be very dangerous for the Japanese troops to land. They must capture Wihei before the Italian troops arrive, otherwise they will be in despair facing Takashi Monosuke's rebuttal. Itoyuhiro immediately said loudly, "This is also the best way." Then, he explained, "The most dangerous thing for the Italian army is its fleet. In the North China Sea, there are currently only 3 ports that can be used as ports of call, namely Lushan, Wihei, and Chianjin. Currently, Lushan is under the control of our army, and Chianjin is deep into the Bohai Sea Bay, surrounded by Lushan and Wihei on the left and right. As long as Wihei can be occupied, the Italian army will have no ports available in the North China Sea, so they can only stay in Shanghai Point by attacking from Shanghai. We will have enough time to respond, and this will also drag down its combat effectiveness. Therefore, we can only have a chance of winning if we take down Wihei. Once the Italian army arrives at Wihei, all previous efforts will be in vain." In fact, Itoyuhiro's words have a premise, that is, the Japanese combined fleet cannot defeat the Italian fleet. In fact, several deductions have been conducted within the Japanese combined fleet. No matter how the deduction is performed, the result is the same. When the combined fleet meets the Italian navy, there will only be a defeat point among other things. The 3 15,000-ton Turin-class battleships are a problem that it cannot solve. Point of course, if the Japanese army shamelessly sets up the Turin-class to break away from the formation and enter the narrow sea area, and the Japanese torpedo boats all come out, then they can win. But this condition, except for lust, is simply impossible. This requires the Italian commander to be mentally retarded to make such an idiotic move. It would be impossible for anyone in the combined fleet to do this, because it would be sent to a military court. Therefore, the only way at present is to seize Wihei first and leave no usable ports for Italy. Of course, in order to provide enough convincing for his plan, Itoyuheng picked up a telegram. According to the investigation of our intelligence personnel in Pontianak, Italians are currently purchasing winter clothing in Pontianak. According to the reserve warehouse personnel we bribed, the Italian army currently only has more than 3,000 pieces of winter clothing, and the Italian army, which lacks winter clothing, at least needs it will take half a month to set sail. Including the time to go north, we have at least 20 days. This is also our last chance. Chapter 317 Preparation. Make up for yesterday. Yuhiro Ito is right. The Italian army does not have enough winter clothing. But if you think about it, you know who would stock up on winter clothes in a tropical city? In a humid and hot environment, thick winter clothes will grow moldy after being stored for a long time. Therefore, the busiest people at this time were not the guards officers and soldiers preparing for the expedition, but the colonial officials who were raising supplies for them. Don't be too busy preparing the livestock. The King Congress will prepare it. Send a telegram to Shanghai to ask when the cotton and furs we need will be delivered. Don't tell me it's difficult. I don't care how much cotton Shanghai is short of. Tell Zhang Shusheng that if he can't raise it within 3 days, he won't be able to get our material purchase orders in the future. The person who is constantly issuing orders is Chen Yang, Deputy Director of the Pontianak Materials Department. He is one of the many mid-level officials in the Lanfang colonial government, and one of the few Chinese mid-level officials as the Qin family of the original Lanfang kingdom. They were also very powerful, but now the world has changed. I didn't see that even the Liu family hugged the Italians' thighs, so how could the Chen family not be interested? Therefore, as the future head of the Chen family, Chen Yang naturally needs to work for the Italian government. Of course, it's not just about doing things, but also doing things beautifully. Otherwise how can you show loyalty? No. This time the Chen family tried their best to prepare for the army's expedition. Use all the connections you can use and strive to earn a dazzling performance. In fact, not only the Qin family, but also several large original families in Lanfang, as well as families who immigrated from Southeast Asia, are basically striving to take advantage of this opportunity to show their abilities to Italy, trying to get a larger share of the rights allocated to the Chinese. Don't say that these people don't love their motherland. These people have basically lived in Southeast Asia for several generations and have close enough ties with the local area. Although they still have some nostalgia for their homeland, the main reason is that the colonists harvested them as wealth. When people lose their sense of security, they naturally look to the Qing dynasty to come forward. Point however, it is a pity that the skin of the Qing dynasty is not useful in Southeast Asia, and the court does not care about these abandoned people, but instead thinks that they have become a generation without a king and a father after leaving the jurisdiction of the court. Point this is also why Dr. Sun in the future is so popular in Nanyang. Although he makes random wishes, it gives them hope. Point. But now that Italy has put aside its prejudices and treats them as nationals, they are naturally grateful and want to express their own ideas. This is one of the reasons why local Chinese officials were more active than other colonial officials. In a sense, Italy is poaching Dr. Sun. Point. But in any case, the efforts of Chinese officials have shortened Italy's preparation time. According to the estimate of Lieutenant General Alvaro, commander of the dispatched force, who is also the commander of the task force, Italian reinforcement will be available in another half month. You can go north. Point. When Italy was busy preparing for departure, a large number of ships gathered in the port of Lushan on the Liaodong Peninsula. Point. At the same time, a large number of Japanese soldiers were boarding the ship one after another under the command of officers. The commander of the First Army, Eritomo Yamagata, looked at the soldiers who were boarding the ship with a sad look on his face and spoke to Lieutenant General Yamashima Toharu, the commander of the 1st Division, behind him. We wasted 2 days in Lushan. 2 days were wasted like this. If we had known that it would take more time due to lack of manpower, we shouldn't have done that. As a subordinate, Lieutenant General Yamashima Toharu, of course he knew what Yamagata Eritomo was talking about. He also knew how important their mission was this time. They were only given 20 days to capture Wihei, and they wasted 2 days in Lushan. From a military perspective, this was called delaying the aircraft. Your Majesty General, there is nothing we can do about this. The soldiers have been fighting for a long time and have serious grievances. If they are not allowed to vent, there will be problems. It is all the fault of those diplomats. Didn't they say they had obtained the support of all countries before the war? Why? The sudden appearance of Italians caught us completely off guard. What Yamashima Toharu said was the Port Arthur massacre that was covered up or ignored by the great powers during this era. Before the war, Port Arthur had a population of more than 20,000 Chinese, but now there are only 36 left. These 36 people survived until now because they were needed to cover up the crimes of the Japanese army. Point. Of course, the crimes of the Japanese army are not unrecorded. According to the British Allens recorded under the Rolling Dragon flag, the Japanese soldiers chased the fleeing civilians and used guns and bayonets to deal with everyone. They even brutally attacked those who fell. Sting. Walking on the street, there are dead bodies everywhere under your feet. There are also records from the United States. New York World reporter Kleeman described, "I saw a man kneeling in front of a soldier, kowtowing and begging for life. The soldier stabbed his head into the ground with a rifle, butt knife in one hand, and cut off his head with a sword in the other hand. There was a man cowering in a corner, and a team of Japanese soldiers fired bullets into his body. There was an old man kneeling in the street, and the Japanese soldiers chopped him into 2 pieces. A refugee was on the roof, and he was also shot to death. There was a man who was killed by bullets. The roof fell into the middle of the street, and the soldiers stabbed him more than 10 times with their spears and knives." However, these records were suppressed by the United Kingdom and the United States, which supported Japan behind them. In Japan, any words about this massacre were not allowed to be published in newspapers. The wronged souls of more than 20,000 people were covered up in this way. The current regrets of the 2 Japanese commanders are mainly due to fear of delaying the fighter plane. How ridiculous. As for Lieutenant General Yamashima Toharu's last sentence complaining about the foreign minister, it is actually very common among the army and navy. At this time, Japan did not eliminate its fear of foreign powers. After winning the Russo-Japanese War, today's Japan, like the Qing dynasty, suffers from phobia of great powers. It is common to see the bones of great powers being weak. Don't look at the Japanese General Masaha who resisted the British attack in later generations. It is almost exaggerated. But this was just a small British fleet of 7 ships without infantry. Compared with the scale of the British Army in the Opium War, it was not even a small scene. It is precisely because of this that Japan has such a great fear of Italy joining the war. This is an army of tens of thousands, and Italy has made great achievements in Europe. How can Japan, which originally only wanted to fight monsters and practice leveling without provoking the boss, not be afraid? But there's nothing we can do now. The big-legged British guy doesn't want to end the game, so he can only take it on himself. Fortunately, there are fewer king troops near Wihawari, otherwise this battle would be difficult to fight. This shows that our country has done a good job in intelligence work on the King dynasty over the years, and can gain insight into the King dynasty's actions. However, the next battle will require more help from the intelligence department. Just as the two men were chatting enthusiastically, a messenger rushed over. Report. Commander of the Combined Fleet, Lieutenant General Ito Yuhiro, has arrived. As soon as he heard that Ito Yuhiro had arrived, Yamagata Aritomo said immediately, "Let's go and greet our Combined Fleet Commander. Whether we can capture Wihawari next will require the full support of the Navy." Okay, then I will accompany the General to meet the maker of the plan. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 318 Japanese Army Landing. Rangcheng County is the easternmost county under Dengzhou. As the top of the Shandong Peninsula and a corner of the Bohai Bay, it naturally has a very important strategic position. In the Ming Dynasty, there were two guards, Shan and Jinghe, and in the early Qing Dynasty, there was also a garrison point. However, with the passage of time, these have long since passed away in Rangcheng County. As the Liaodong Peninsula was occupied by the Japanese, Yang Chengs, the magistrate of Rangcheng County, was even more shocked. For this reason, he ordered the gentry in the county to organize a militia and establish the Rangcheng County Coastal Defense Corps. However, militia groups are easy to build. Shandong has suffered many disasters in recent years. There are many people who want to serve as soldiers and feed them, but it is difficult to get weapons. So far, the Coastal Defense Regiment established by Yangtze County has more than 500 people and only has more than 10 shotguns, more than 30 waist knives and shields, let alone rifles, not even one to carry a gun. In view of the difficulty of getting weapons, Zixan Yang could only buy some gun heads and let the militia use spears. After a lot of time of practice, the militiamen's spears are also in good shape. They can be waved to the beat of the drums, which is quite beautiful. Whenever the militiamen practice, a large number of people gather around the training ground outside the city. Calling the number is just a reward. In fact, Magistrate Yang knew the quality of the militia in his hands, but what could he do? As the magistrate, he had the responsibility to defend the territory, and having an army in his hands gave him some psychological comfort. Look at the soldiers of the Imperial Court who have been trained for so many years. These Kyubei are very impressive and arrogant on weekdays, but they are useless on the battlefield. How can they be worthy of the Imperial Court's many years of support and the Holy Majesty? Li Zongtang actually asked foreign soldiers to help him. Fortunately, the court still had Li Zongtang, a capable official, to help him. Without Li Zongtang, this would have been unthinkable. Let Minimum Yang work harder these days, and don't be lazy. Foreign soldiers are coming soon. Don't let the Japanese sneak ashore. In the county government office, Magistrate Yang was giving instructions to his master. Masters were hired privately and were only loyal to their customers. Therefore, in the Qing dynasty, officials at all levels hired masters, and Yang Zixan was no exception. Don't worry, Dong Weng. I will keep an eye on Minimum Yang at all times, and will not let them relax their vigilance. That's good. Tell Minayang that when the Italian and foreign soldiers arrive, I will give them 2 taels of silver each, but before that, we can't relax. Obviously, Magistrate Yang was also a magistrate. He knew that he could not let the horses run without giving them access to grass. He also promised huge profits to encourage the people to be brave. When Yangtze County was worrying about coastal defense, Qinglong Bay, located 5 kilometers away from the county seat, had flat terrain and long beaches that were the favorite of many crabs. But today, Minimum Yang, who was patrolling Qinglong Bay, was staring dumbfounded at the ship appearing in the bay. Boats. So many boats. They are all big foreign ships, and they are also big warships. They are bigger than the warships of the Biang Navy. Boom. Boom boom. While Minimum Yang was discussing, there was a sudden deafening sound of cannons that caused them to explode immediately. Run. Quickly, the Japanese are coming. Run. Before the Japanese fleet could make its next move, the civilians on the shore immediately dispersed. All this was seen by Lieutenant General Yamachima Toharu, who was on the warship and accompanied the first batch of landing troops. Order. Major General Nishi Kanjuro not to delay the fighter plane and land immediately. In fact, there was no need for him to issue an order. Kanjuro Nishi, the commander of the 1st Brigade, had already issued an order to land. A large number of soldiers put down the small wooden boats that had been prepared on the ship, filled them with the first batch of Japanese officers and soldiers to land, and rushed towards the beach. The word rush may not be appropriate, but the word row is better, because the landing boat has no power and can only rely on people to paddle forward. At this time, there would be more than a dozen Maxim troops deployed on the beach, and the Japanese troops would not be able to get ashore at all. How fast can human power row in front of Maxim? He is simply a fixed target without protection point. But it's a pity that there is not even a single person in Qinglang Bay now, let alone Maxim. The civilian warriors who are good with spears have long been scared away by the sound of shelling. Therefore, more than 60 small wooden boats brought over 500 fully armed Japanese troops. Leave one team behind and let the others seize the high ground. Although everything went well, the officer leading the team was still worried and immediately ordered to occupy the commanding heights and protect the landing site point. After waiting for an hour, when the second batch of landing troops came ashore, it was announced that the Japanese army's landing was successful. The next step is to expand the landing site and occupy the surrounding areas before the Qing army can react. Of course, Rangcheng County, 5 kilometers away, must be occupied first. The Japanese are coming. The Japanese are coming ashore. On the streets of Rangcheng County, a civilian warrior who beat a gong and carried a banner while passing messages ran towards the county government office, shouting all the way. Magistrate Yang, who was in the county office, also heard this voice, broken. The first thought that flashed through Yang Zixen's mind, he immediately ignored his official manners and rushed to the gate of the county government office. He wanted to personally ask and confirm whether the Japanese were really coming. As soon as he arrived at the gate of the yamen, he saw that his master had already arrived at the gate, and the Minimum Yang who was delivering the order was being carried into the lobby by 2 yamen servants. Moreover, there were many people watching at the gate of the county yamen. Magistrate Yang immediately regained his former appearance. Master, please ask what is going on. Come. Here, bring a bowl of warm water to this strong man. Seeing that the county magistrate was acting as usual, there was some panic at the scene, but it disappeared immediately. However, as the messenger Minimum Yang told the story, everyone inevitably panicked. Dozens of large warships and tens of thousands of Japanese attacked, and Rangcheng County was in trouble. Why panic? Seeing that the government officials were even more panicked than before, Yang Zixen reprimanded angrily, immediately summon the people to defend the city, and also send a report to Weihei Ingenuity that the Japanese troops have landed in our Rangcheng County. I, Yang Chengs, will swear to die to repay the divine grace. Yang Zixen's words shocked everyone, and the master just mentioned it. Dong Weng, do you want to consider this matter in the long term? As a master, he didn't want to die in Rangcheng County in vain. Order someone to do it immediately. After finishing speaking, Yang Zixen quietly said something. Find 2 smart people and some ordinary clothes. That's right. When the Japanese army is about to come, Yang Zixen plans to perform a show of being a loyal minister. As for whether he can succeed, it depends on his hard work. Of course, he also knew the benefits of sending a message first. We still don't know whether Yang Zixen's performance will be successful. But he did one thing right and reported the news of the Japanese landing. In the evening of that day, Li Zongtang learned about the Japanese troops landing in Rangcheng County. After receiving the news of the Japanese landing, Li Zongtang ordered the deployment of troops to drive away the Japanese, and also ordered the reinforcement of Weihei's defense. With so many capable people around Li Zongtang, how could he not see the purpose of the Japanese landing point. The former commander of the 1st Division, Yamachi Yunobu, was mistaken. He was Yamachi Motoharu, and everything has been changed. Chapter 319 Urgently Zhangtang. The news of the Japanese landing was also informed to the Italian side at the first time point. Italy was also very alert to the Japanese troops landing in Dengsao on the Shandong Peninsula. Rangcheng County belongs to Dengsao. The newly formed Italian dispatched troops in Pontianak also accelerated their preparations, especially Lieutenant General Alvaro, who is the commander of the dispatched troops, knows the seriousness of this matter. As the military commander who assisted the Qing dynasty this time, Lieutenant General Alvaro certainly got a lot of information that outsiders didn't know. This aid to the Qing dynasty was very important to Italy and could not be missed. So after receiving the news of the Japanese landing, he immediately found Governor Antonio. Your Majesty the Governor, there are currently Japanese troops in the Shandong Peninsula of the Qing dynasty. This requires us to speed up our preparations and we cannot wait any longer. Facing Lieutenant General Alvaro, who hurried to him, Antonio asked immediately, "How can I help you, Lieutenant?" General Alvaro took out a list and handed it to the governor. I divided the supplies needed by the dispatched army into several categories. The first category is priority necessities and must be prepared before departure. The second category is also necessities, but can be purchased at the stopping point. The third category can be provided by the Qing people, reducing our preparation time. Antonio took a brief look at the list. The first category on the list mainly included spare parts needed by the fleet, as well as military supplies such as army spare artillery ammunition, field phones, etc. These were all things that the Qing dynasty could not produce and had no reserves. The second category includes supplies such as food, winter clothing, raincoats, pickaxes and shovels. Although some supplies may seem inconspicuous, they are necessities. Of course, these necessities could be purchased in the Qing dynasty in a short period of time, and they just cost a lot of money. The third category is the materials stored by the Qing dynasty, such as ammunition, guns and other weapons. This does not mean that the dispatched troops will not carry weapons, but that there is no need to prepare spare weapons. Guns, artillery and other weapons will be lost on the battlefield, and they need to be replenished. Therefore, in addition to the weapons for normal use, the military also needs to reserve a batch of weapons. There is no problem. I will ask the people below to step up the purchase. After reading the list, Governor Antonio immediately gave a positive answer, but then he spoke again. Judging from this list, it seems that you are very unfavorable about the Qing Army's combat effectiveness. Faced with Antonio's words, Lieutenant General Alvaro did not deny it, but asked, "You have also seen the battle between the Qing people and Japan before. Their ability is indeed questionable, but this is their homeland, and Weihai is the last home port of the Qing fleet. If it is taken away, the Qing fleet will have nowhere to go." Obviously, with Antonio's character, it is difficult for him to believe the idiom of being defeated in one strike. This also shows that he does not know much about the Qing army. Of course, there are some things that mislead him. He has a small governor's guard. In order to win over the Chinese, half of this guard is Chinese. Judging from its performance, it is similar to Italian soldiers in all aspects, and in some aspects it is stronger. It was also because of the contacts around him that Antonio took a high look at the Qing army. But obviously, Lieutenant General Alvaro, a military personnel, had a better understanding than the governor, because there were many Italian advisors in the Qing army. According to the report of our consultants in the Qing army, what is the name of the army controlled by Prime Minister Li? By the way, it is called the Hui Army. They are unbearable. Their moral training is a headache. They actually have to pay for marching. You can imagine this. To put it bluntly, I'm most afraid that the Qing people will lose Weihai before we arrive, and that would be the worst. That's right. Lieutenant General Alvaro couldn't understand the expenses allocated to the Qing army at all. If you don't leave without paying, is this still the country's army? How to implement military orders? Is it necessary to use money to motivate the army at any time? If this were the case, European countries should stop fighting big wars and just go bankrupt. However, although Lieutenant General Alvaro despised this, he still had to help the Qing dynasty. in order to prevent the collapse of the Qing dynasty. He also worked hard. Don't worry, I will strictly order all departments to cooperate with you, and I will definitely let your fleet set off before the Qing army collapses. Thank you. When I come back, I will taste my treasured wine with you. That's it. When Lieutenant General Alvaro was worried about the Qing army, Li Zongtang, who was staying in Xianjin, was also worried about this. Since the Japanese troops landed in Rongqing County, he has been receiving bad news in the past few days. According to reports from the front line, the Japanese troops were divided into two groups, one from the south and the other from the north, and marched towards Weihaiwuri. They mobilized 25 battalion heads in Shandong to intercept and snipe. It is a pity that these more than 10,000 soldiers and horses were defeated one after another in the face of Japanese attacks. At present, on the northern front, they have lost several important points such as Gushan, Hedong village, and Baojia village. Only Wenquanhe and Langjia village are still in their hands. There is also no good news on the southern route. Yangtingji, Hushan and Hot Spring have all been lost. Currently, only Kayao Taoji and Biuji are in hand point. The Japanese troops on the northern and southern fronts were less than 40 miles away from Weihaiwuri. What kind of battle was this? It was in vain that these battalion leaders spent so much money and food on weekdays, and none of them were useful in the battle formation. General Antonio, when do you think your country's reinforcement will arrive? Can you send a telegram to urge them? At this time, Li Zongtang, who was already angry, did not care about anything else, and summoned the general advisor, Major General Antonio, to ask about the time for the arrival of reinforcement influenced by the Qing dynasty's invitation for Italian reinforcement. Major General Antonio was currently promoted. He was promoted from the general advisor of the Biang Navy to the general advisor of the Hubei Army. Regardless of whether Major General Antonio was a naval general, he was forced to increase his responsibilities. Although Antonio didn't know much about the army, there were many Italian consultants in the Qing army. After recruiting several army consultants to build a small circle, Antonio still gave some good suggestions, so this made him more and more popular with Li. The importance of the nave point. Of course, Li Zongtang was not normal that day. After spending so many years together, Antonio knew that Zongtang was anxious. Of course, he also knew that the Qing army in Shandong was doing very poorly because Li Zongtang's main troops were all in Liaodong. Although there were 30 or 40,000 troops in Shandong, most of them were newly formed, and their combat effectiveness was worrying. Now the Japanese army is the offensive's revealed point, but he knows that he must answer Li Zongtang's words now. Your Excellency Zongtang, when the Japanese troops landed, I had already sent a telegram to Lanfang. Lieutenant General Alvaro promised me that he would arrive in half a month. It has been 4 days and we only need to hold Weihaiwuri for 11 days. Then the Japanese troops will land will destroy themselves. However, Major General Antonio's words did not reassure Li Zongtang, and he continued to speak. Can it be shortened to 1 week? I'm afraid there will be losses on the front line, which will shake the morale of the military. Major General Antonio was shocked when he heard that Li Zongtang wanted reinforcement to speed up. 1 week is too short. A lot of preparation work has not been completed. Even some weapons and equipment may not be up to date. It doesn't matter. As long as Ahuai army has it, your army can use it freely. I just want it to speed up. In that case, I need to ask before I can give an answer. Although Antonio's words were uncertain, Li Zongtang immediately implemented them. It doesn't matter, I'm just waiting for good news here. Zongtang, Weihaiwu's reinforcements still need to be urged. At present, Weihaiwu's strength is still not large. Okay, I will strictly order them to speed up. The telegram from Xianjin soon arrived in Pontianak via cable. In the telegram, Major General Antonio described the current war situation in Shandong in detail, and also told Li Zongtang's request for reinforcement. Let the fleet speed up its preparations. We will set off in a week. Considering concerns about the combat effectiveness of the Qing army, Lieutenant General Alvaro decided to set off without complete preparations. although he might have reduced the combat effectiveness of the dispatched troops in order to ensure that Weihei was not lost. This was the only way to go. Although this will cause a lot of logistical trouble, we can't worry about it now. So a week later, the huge fleet transporting the 1st Guards Division headed north under the protection of the dispatch fleet, preparing to fight the Japanese army in the Far East. Chapter 320 Confrontation in the Dark Night. The Italian fleet made the trip this time due to Li Zhangtang's urging, so it was not fully prepared. Then the next edition in Shanghai, the economic center of the Qing dynasty, is very important. Japan, which attached great importance to the departure time of the Italian fleet, received the news immediately. Tokyo even sent this telegram intact by communication ship to Aritomo Yamagata on the Weihei front line. This further aroused the ferocity of the Japanese army in attacking Weihei. The desperate attacks caused heavy losses to the defending Qing army. If it weren't for Li Zhangtang's strict orders and the Italian reinforcement in sight, the Qing army, which suffered heavy casualties, might have surrendered. After all, it is better to live than to die. If you surrender now, you can save your life. Even if you are beheaded by Li Zhangtang in the future, you will live a little longer. It's just that this time Li Zhangtang became ruthless. After the war, as long as the Qing army surrendered from Weihei, no matter who it was, they would be subject to military law, and their family members would also be sent to the frontier. Such harsh orders made the Qing army grit their teeth. After all, in Qing society, family was still valued, and not everyone would have the courage to suffer the consequences of his family if he died. However, Weihei was delayed, which made Japan very anxious. In order to buy time for the Japanese army to attack Weihei, Japan used all means, among which assassination and sabotage were extremely important. Shanghai, which needs to stop to replenish supplies, has become the hardest hit area. Zhang Shushan took out his pocket watch and looked at the time. It was now 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Leader Zhao, let everyone eat quickly so that we can feel refreshed later in the evening. Mr. Zhang, please rest assured, we, more than 30 brothers, will guarantee that your warehouse will not be lost. The strong man who spoke was Leader Zhao, whose full name was Zhao Tizhu. Below him, more than 30 strong men were eating. There was an abundance of fish and meat, and knives, axes and other sharp weapons were placed conveniently beside them. That's right, Leader Zhao and his group were temporarily hired by Zhang Shushan to protect them, which cost the boss a lot of money. It's no wonder that Mr. Zhang doesn't care. Although Shanghai has unreasonable planning and an influx of too many people, haphazard construction poses great safety risks, so fires occur from time to time. However, there were too many fires in Shanghai during this period. In the past 10 days alone, there were more than 20 fires, and in 2 of them, the whole family was burned down. Moreover, the fires that occurred during this period were very strange. Most of them burned warehouses, especially those businesses that provided supplies to Italy, which were even more likely to be burned. Even the concession, which was known as the safest, had several warehouses burned down. Therefore, during this period, both the Shanghai city government agents and the concession patrols were patrolling day and night, trying to catch these perpetrators. Not to mention, there was little success during this period, and we encountered a wave of arsonists. However, this gang was extremely ferocious. After some resistance, 12 people were killed, 1 person was seriously injured, and the police officers also lost 2 people. Unfortunately, the seriously injured gangster did not survive the night. Although no one was left alive, the autopsy showed that these people had thick calluses on their right hands. In addition, the point where their big toes separated from the other toes was a bit too large, so they were probably Japanese. Of course, this is not what the government said to the outside world, but what Mr. Zhang got through his connections. This is why Mr. Zhang spent a lot of money to hire Zhang Tizhu and his gang. Zhang Shushan knew all too well what it would be like to rely solely on the government. Leader Zhao, I entrust my life and fortune to you. As he spoke, Zhang Shushan took out 2 envelopes of silver coins from his arms. This is the cost of treating all of you heroes to tea. I will give you a big thank you after the goods are shipped away. Getting the heavy silver coins is not a small temptation for Zhao Tizhu and his party, who are accustomed to licking blood with the tip of a knife. Mr. Zhang, please rest assured. We guarantee with our lives that the warehouse we must protect will not be lost, although this is the second time Zaotizu has said this. Judging from the solemn expression and intensity of his tone, it is clear that he has made an oath point facing Zaotizu's words. How could Zhang Shushing, who had dealt with various people as a businessman, not know this? I saw him patting Zaotizu on the shoulder and saying, "Your words are enough. My fortune and life are all placed on you." Zhang Shushing was not bragging, although the over 10,000 cotton padded clothes in the warehouse were only worth 2 to 30,000 taels of silver, which was nothing to Zhang Shushing, who was worth hundreds of thousands. But this cotton padded coat is still related to his wealth and life, because it is a military uniform purchased by Italians. As Zhang Shushing, who is mainly engaged in trade between the Qing dynasty and Borneo, what is the difference between this and his wealth and life point? That's why in addition to hiring Zaotizu and his team, he also wanted to come and watch in person point, and since Zaotizu has received a heavy reward from Zhang Shushing, he must do something point, he asked, turning to look at his brother. Is everyone eating well? Everything is eaten. Now that you've eaten, get ready to work. Keep your eyes open, and don't let snakes, insects, rats, or ants take advantage of you. Following Zaotizu shouts, more than 30 men wiped their lips and left the table, leading their own affairs to replace their brothers who had been guarding him for most of the day. As for Zaotizu, he handed over to Zhang Shushing. Master Zhang, just rest here, the brothers outside will be watching. After saying that, Zaotizu went out for inspection. This bowl of rice looked delicious, but only those in their line of work would know how difficult it was and how risky it was. It is common to send a dozen urns back to your hometown every year, and there are even cases where no one is able to collect the bodies because their eyesight is not bright enough. Therefore, to be in their profession, in addition to being brave enough, you must also have a keen eye. Not everything can be accepted. And this time Zaotizu took this order with great risk. Of course he knew what he had to face, but he had to take this order. If he wanted to get ahead in Shanghai, for people like them who had no capital, they could still get it without risking their lives. What point? But even so, some people still feel uneasy. Master, I can't figure it out. A team member saw Zaotizu approaching, pulled him aside, and asked in a low voice, "Huzi, what's wrong with you?" Zaotizu took a closer look and saw that this was Zao from the same village as him. Brother Zuzi, the risk of this job is too high. I got the news that the people who caused trouble this time are Japanese people. Brother Zuzi, you also know how ferocious these Japanese people are. Although we are not afraid, the casualties will definitely be huge. It's a hard life. Huzi, are you scared? Brother Zuzi, you don't know Zao's character yet. If I were afraid, I wouldn't go out with you at all. The main question is whether it's worth it. Then, Huzi, listen up. The risk of this life is indeed high, but since I took it, I naturally have my own reasons. As he spoke, he looked at Zao calmly. Now that we have eaten this bowl of rice that we have worked hard for, we must eat it well. Now Mr. Zhang's matter is an opportunity, a good opportunity for us to become famous. Everyone knows that recent events have been the Japanese are causing trouble. As long as we can protect Mr. Zhang's goods, others will look down on us. Once our reputation is established, we won't have to look for jobs everywhere. Although Zao was the only one looking for him, Zaotizu knew that he was not the only one who thought this, so he patiently explained it. Brother Zuzu, I understand. This is to make us famous. Just be optimistic. We will not let those Japanese people be inferior. Zaotizu didn't say anything after hearing Hughes's words and patted him on the shoulder to encourage him. As time went by, night fell, and today it was dark and windy. Except for the brightly lit warehouse, the surrounding area was plunged into darkness after the moon climbed over the branches. Some sneaky figures appeared in a wasteland outside the warehouse. These figures number in their 30s or 40s. Although they are all dressed like ordinary people, after careful identification, it can still be seen that they are different from ordinary people. In addition to each of them having a fierce look, their bow legs are more serious. Sato-kun, is this the warehouse where Yiren's uniforms are stored? Yes, Mr. Takeda. The 15 pieces of winter clothes prepared by Zhang Shushan of the Qing dynasty for the Italian army are all in this warehouse. Yoshi. Takeda glanced at the brightly lit warehouse, turned around and said to his subordinates who were waiting behind him, "Everyone, get ready for the Empire of Japan." Hi. Following his order, these silent murderers silently picked up knives, axes and other weapons and headed towards the warehouse. In order to conceal their identity, these Ronin did not even use their favorite samurai swords, but instead picked up Chinese swords and axes. Sato-kun, follow me. Takeda took out a revolver and called for Ito to follow him. More than 30 figures took advantage of the darkness and made their way towards the warehouse. Although they were able to avoid being discovered with various obstacles at first, once they got closer, it was not easy to get past them. No, they were discovered about 30 meters away from the warehouse. Who? A loud roar exposed Takeda and his group. Rush. Seeing that he couldn't sneak in, Takeda waved his hand and insisted on forcing his way in. At the same time, he also aimed his revolver at the guard who found him. Pa. The 2 gunshots were more like an explosion, cheering everyone up. The vigilant guard covered his chest and slowly fell down. Not good. The sound of gunfire made Zhao Tizu, who had just sat down, stand up immediately. A thief is attacking. Zhang Shushan, who was sitting with him, was also asked to stand up. But looking at his shaking body, you can tell how scared Mr. Zhang is inside. Don't worry, Mr. Zhang. I will gather the brothers to kill the thieves right away. Zhao Tizu first comforted the proprietor, then turned around and shouted, "Huzi, wake up the resting ones immediately. I will lead my brothers to withstand the thief's attack first." Zhao, who had obviously experienced a lot of this kind of thing, so he immediately answered, "Chief, I'm going to summon the big guys right now." After saying that, he hurried away. Just when Zhao Tizu also wanted to leave, he saw a trembling Master Zhang reaching out and giving him a hand. "Mr. Zhang, is there anything else?" Facing Zhao Tizu, who asked, Zhang Shushan took out 2 pistols from his body and said, "Leader Zhao, the thief has a gun. Use these 2 pistols of mine to deal with them." Zhao Tizu also knew that now was not the time to be polite, so he cupped his hand, took the pistol, and left. After Zhao Tizu walked away, Chang Sui behind him asked worriedly, "Master, if you give them the gun, what will you do?" Faced with Chang Sui's concern, Zhang Shushan pointed at himself and said, "With my current appearance, I'm of no use to Leader Zhao with a gun. Besides, since we have asked the other party to protect us, we must do our best. After all, this matter is related to my life and fortune." Now that Zhang Shushan said so, the man behind him stopped talking. "Kill me." After Zhao Tizu went out, he summoned the patrolling brothers and immediately pointed at Takeda and his party towards the warehouse door to kill them. Zhang Shushan's warehouse was built extremely solidly, with thick walls made of bricks and stones that Takeda and others could not pry. The window is 4 or 5 meters high from the ground. In addition to the glass, it is also covered by a thick fence because of the danger these days. Although this will make the warehouse a bit darker, it can also prevent others from entering through the windows and causing damage. With all the above measures, Takeda has no other way to deal with this warehouse except through the door. Therefore, when facing Zhao Tizu and his entourage, Takeda could not give in. He raised his pistol and fired several shots at Zhao Tizu and his entourage. "Leader, be careful." The sharp-eyed guard saw that Takeda had a gun and immediately pushed Zhao Tizu away. Instead, he was shot twice. Liang Z. Zhang Tizu's eyes turned red when he saw the guard blocking his gun. "I brought this all from my hometown. Although I know the danger of eating this bowl of rice, who cannot be angry when seeing this?" Zhao Tizu took out the 2 guns Zhang Shushan gave him and also fired at the rushing Takeda group. In fact, Zhao Tizu had few opportunities to come into contact with guns and only knew how to shoot. However, Takeda and his group rushed close and forced him to knock down several of them despite his extremely poor marksmanship. However, Zhao Tizu's reckless shooting accidentally suppressed the momentum of Takeda and his group. However, as the person involved, Zhao Tizu didn't care so much. He threw away the bullets and raised his steel knife to kill Takeda and his party who were attacking point under the leadership of Zao. The guards worked hard and fought with Takeda Rika's men. Zao, who was leading the way, still had some skills as a leader. He turned sideways to avoid the incoming knife, swung his knife to hold another knife, kicked it down with his big foot, and then slashed on his opponent's arm, cut it down with a knife in hand. It caused the opponent to scream and lose their fighting ability point led by Zao. Other guards stepped forward to catch their opponents and fight for a while point. As for Zao, because of his heroic performance, he attracted 3 opponents. One opponent couldn't keep his composure and launched an attack first. His axe pointed straight at Zao's head point following his lead. The other 2 men slashed at the waist and the shoulder, and all of them were quick and accurate point facing the enemy's attack. Zao remained calm, took a step across his body, turned sideways to pass the axe, then used his knife to block the slash on his waist and kicked the man in the armpit who had slashed his shoulder. The armpit is a vital part because it has a large nerve, so a hard blow can cause severe pain and partial paralysis. A man who had exhausted all his strength was unable to dodge the kick and was kicked and rolled all over the ground. Point. It was obvious that Zao's powerful and heavy kick made it impossible for this person to get up in a short time. Point. Zao took advantage of this opportunity, stepped forward, and used his elbow to hit his opponent in the face. He also heard the sound of a broken nose bone. The opponent bent down in pain and threw away the weapon, holding his face with both hands in 2 or 3 strikes. Zao eliminated 2 opponents. As for the remaining one, it was easy. The powerful and heavy-waist knife struck several times in a row. When the opponent couldn't block it, he directly kicked him down, then stepped forward and killed the opponent with 1 strike. Point. Zao's fierceness immediately greatly boosted the morale of the guards. The leader was so powerful that they also put aside a lot of worries and fought desperately against the opponent. Takeda also saw this in his eyes. After this guy dealt with a guard, he immediately focused on him. Kill me. Facing the oncoming Takeda, Zao stepped forward and struck with a knife. Dang. The knife was blocked. Point. Zao was not impatient and kicked him over. Takeda also turned sideways and gave way and then struck back with a knife. Dang. Takeda's sword was also blocked. Point. After this fight, the 2 had a preliminary understanding of their opponent's strength and both knew that the opponent was difficult to deal with. Therefore, they all stared at each other, trying to find any flaws. Kill. Suddenly, the 2 of them yelled at the same time and then drew their swords one after another in a desperate fight. Point. Dao is a desperate play that gives up defense and directly targets the opponent's vital points. Puff. Laugh. The short but desperate fight was thrilling and thrilling. Zao was stabbed twice, 1 on the thigh and 1 on the waist. Takeda also had a hard time. He was stabbed 3 times, 1 in the shoulder, 1 in the abdomen, and 1 in the thigh. Point. Now that both of them are seriously injured and have lost their fighting ability, it all depends on the people below. Point. However, compared with Takeda and the others, Zao had reinforcement. While Zao was dragging Takeda, Husey finally came with reinforcement. Killed her. Roar of reinforcement not only increased the morale of the guards, but also greatly reduced the morale of the attackers. Seeing the situation, Sato, who took over the command after Takeda was injured, immediately ordered, "We withdraw." The attacker jumped out of the battle group and left Takeda at high speed. Point. The guards, except for cutting down a few who had no time to escape, did not leave any of them behind. After all, their job is to protect the warehouse, not to hunt down thieves. "Brother, Zuzi, how are you?" After Zao waited for the enemy to retreat, he immediately rushed in front of Zao. Point. Facing the concern from Zao and other guards, Zao smiled. "Don't worry, I won't die. If you idiot comes a little later, I'll be in trouble." By the way, some of the brothers slept and some were injured. Of course Zao knew what Zao meant. He was asking how many were seriously injured and how many died. 7 were injured and 6 fell asleep. However, we were not at a loss as we knocked down the other 19. Alas, we still lost money, a big loss. Whether You lose or not is another matter, but you will be compensated immediately. Point. As soon as the battle ended, Zhang Shusheng, the proprietor, appeared. Point. Although his legs were shaking a little, when he looked at the blood all over the floor, he still spoke. I see everyone's devotion to fighting for my Zhang family. In addition to the prescribed burial money and medical money, I will add another 1000 taels of silver as extra reward. In addition, if you don't mind it, if you are missing arms or legs, and can't eat this bowl of rice, I can arrange a living. Zhang Shusheng's words immediately attracted a burst of applause. Drive. Zhang is a man of great benevolence and righteousness, and he is a big businessman. Thank you in advance, Mr. Zhang. This attack on Zhang Shusheng's warehouse is just a microcosm of Shanghai. Point. Japan succeeded and failed, but this still did not affect the arrival time of the Italian fleet. Point. On January 2nd, 1895, the second day of the new year, the Italian fleet arrived in Shanghai. Chapter 321. Shanghai. Today's Huangpu River is very different from the past. In addition to many majestic warships on the river, a large number of people gathered on the pier to watch. Point. If it weren't for the brave soldiers to keep order, I don't know what trouble would have happened. But even with the help of soldiers and brave guards, it still attracted bursts of applause. Point. There is a reason why the people are so enthusiastic. The soldiers sent by Iran to help the Qing dynasty have arrived. Point. So in addition to the people, court officials and foreign envoys in Shanghai gathered here to prepare for the arrival of the fleet, we welcome Lieutenant General Alvaro to Shanghai and wish you and our country good relations from generation to generation. Shanghai. Dao Tani Chichu, as the highest ranking official of the Qing government in Shanghai, and the officials in Shanghai welcomed the arrival of Lieutenant General Alvaro, commander of the Italian Expeditionary Force, as the host. The Snidaote previously served as the general office of the Jiangnan Manufacturing Bureau, and was also a technical talent in westernization. Of course, what attracted more attention was that he married Zheng Guofan's youngest daughter. However, Lieutenant General Alvaro didn't know much about the politics of the Qing dynasty at all, so he was more concerned about the next issue. Sir, I wonder if our station is ready. What? Lieutenant General Alvaro asked, was what he was most concerned about at the moment. Before setting off, he sent a telegram to the Qing government, requesting the establishment of a transit supply point in Shanghai to provide supplies and a temporary resting place for Italian officers and soldiers. The Qing government also responded quickly, saying that it would be done before he arrived. So Lieutenant General Alvaro asked, General, please don't worry. I have already ordered people to prepare the place, and it can be used by the army at any time. Although Nidaote seems to be taking it all seriously. In fact, the Zabui camp was just rushed out yesterday to accommodate the arriving Italian troops. After all, the foreign soldiers invited cannot be like those Qiyu who just put up some tents and get away with it. So Nidaote carried out extensive construction work and summoned craftsmen to spend more than 10 days in Zabui to build a solid barracks that could accommodate nearly 20,000 people. Then, thank you for your help. I hope our two countries will have good relations from generation to generation. Since your requirements are met, there is no harm in saying a few free words of thanks. Nidaote smiled and listened to Lieutenant General Alvaro's words of thanks conveyed by the interpreter, while speaking insincerely. Don't dare to take it. Don't take it. After skipping the pleasantries with Nidaote, Lieutenant General Alvaro immediately found the Italian Councillor Perikin, who had been waiting here. Point. Like other countries, Italy's diplomatic envoys in the Qing dynasty also followed the layout of ministers operating in political centers such as Beijing and Shenzhen, and councillors in the economic center Shanghai. Therefore, under normal circumstances, Councillor Perikin is Italy's top foreign minister in Shanghai. Point. But although it is unusual now, the north where Minister Jia Liwen is located is even more important. Councillor Perikin, how are the supplies currently needed for the dispatch army being prepared? Lieutenant General Alvaro was much more easygoing when talking to Councillor Perikin. At least he did not need to pay attention to diplomatic etiquette. Point. After hearing what Lieutenant General Alvaro said, Councillor Perikin, who was having a headache over this, could only tell the truth. The situation is not good. Because of the rampant behavior of Japanese spies in Shanghai, only about 85% of the current procurement volume has been completed. Those Japanese spies frantically attacked warehouses where our country's procurement materials were stored and killed businessmen who helped us. Lieutenant General Alvaro frowned after hearing what Councillor Perekin said. Didn't the King government crack down on these spies? Speaking of this, Councillor Perekin became angry. Why not? The police from the King dynasty also conducted inspections and protection. But, having said this, Councillor Perekin glanced at Nideote, who was lagging behind. Although the other party did not understand Italian, it was better to be careful. How should I put it? The capabilities of the King police are very low. If you put your hope on them, you will achieve nothing. And as far as I know, those Japanese spies are more rampant in the public concessions, and the British and American police in Shanghai ignore them even more. The actual situation is not much different from what Councillor Perekin said. It is okay in the Chinese community. At least at the official level, they are still working hard to crack down on these Japanese spies. Although their abilities are a little worse, they still have to do things. Purchases in the public concessions are in bad luck. Under the hint of the Ministry of Industry and Commerce Bureau, the patrol room has been slow to work recently, especially after receiving the alarm from a businessman who had a purchase contract with Italy. The old lady was faster than them. But what can be done? Britain and the United States do not want to see Italy getting involved in this war. They wanted to cooperate with Italy. Don't even think about it. Hearing this, Lieutenant General Alvaro couldn't help but curse. Damn bastard. Councillor Perekin's words immediately made Lieutenant General Alvaro's good mood disappear. He was not in the mood at all for the welcoming ceremony that followed. Even the reception banquet held by Nideote for him, he declined on the grounds that he was busy with military affairs. In fact, this is no excuse. Lieutenant General Alvaro is really busy with military affairs. He had important matters to discuss with Major General Pilev, commander of the Expeditionary Force and commander of the 1st Guards Division. General Pilev, I have a plan that requires your cooperation. Although he has a higher military rank, Lieutenant General Alvaro is still very polite to Major General Pilev. Your Majesty Commander, please speak. Facing the polite Lieutenant General Alvaro, Pilev was also unambiguous. Lieutenant General Alvaro was not polite either, pointing to the newly laid map of the Far East. Major General Pilev, you have also seen that the current material preparations are not sufficient. In addition, the Japanese army's situation in Wihawili is already very urgent. That Li Zongtang sent another telegram urging us. So I decided to concentrate on supplies, give priority to sending a troop to support Wihawili. Major General Pilev also knew something about Lieutenant General Alvaro's words, but he still had some doubts. I can understand the priority of sending some troops north to share the pressure on the King people. However, the Japanese army currently besieging Wihawili has occupied most of Wihawili. The Japanese army has more troops than ours. I'm a little worried about casualties. Pilev simply said, will this batch of reinforcement lead to the formation of oil-licking tactics, preventing the army from exerting its full strength? Don't worry about this. I will accompany you with the main battleships. In addition, I will provide some help at sea to share the pressure on land. Lieutenant General Alvaro's explanation was not finished. The Japanese army also landed, and the need for maritime supply lines was even more urgent. And this time I am preparing to go north to force the Japanese fleet to fight. Unless they no longer want the Japanese army in Shandong. Otherwise they will not watch me surround them in Deng Sao. Of course, it is impossible for Lieutenant General Alvaro to say these words, which is not conducive to the unity of the army and the navy. However, from Major General Pilev's answer, we can also see that this Major General should also know. Then, send the 4th Infantry Regiment as the first echelon to go to Shandong with the commander. Pilev replied that Lieutenant General Alvaro nodded with satisfaction. Okay, we'll spend a day repairing tomorrow and set off early the day after tomorrow. I will focus on replenishing the supplies of the 4th Infantry Regiment and will not keep you waiting. In a few words from the two generals, Cosenz was about to take his 4th Infantry Regiment on an unknown journey. Chapter 322 Pre-War Meeting. Regardless of the plans of the two generals, the news of the arrival of the expeditionary force in Shanghai also alarmed China and Japan. In Tianjin, Li Zongtang breathed a sigh of relief after learning that the Italian expeditionary force had arrived in Shanghai. Immediately, sent someone to inform Yuting and others that the Italians have arrived in Shanghai and ask them to wait for 3 to 5 days and reinforcement will arrive. As you command, my lord. What makes Li Zongtang worried about Wei Heiwei so much is that Wei Heiwei played too hard. There were more than 10,000 officers and soldiers, and now there are still more than 3,000 people left. It's too miserable. For this reason, Biang Admiral Ding Ruching, who was responsible for commanding the Wei Heiwei battle, sent a message to report. Although the officers and soldiers of the Weihai Guards fought bravely to repay the kindness of the imperial court and your lord, the Japanese soldiers were not inferior to us. In addition, with their sharp guns, our Weihai Guards suffered heavy casualties. Although they killed more than 10,000 enemies, Japanese army statistics, the number of casualties, more than 2,000 people, but the number of remaining officers and soldiers is only 3,000. If reinforcements do not arrive in 5 days, it may be difficult to hold on. It can be seen from this telegram that, although the defenders relied on the advantages of terrain and fortifications to hold on, they were almost reaching their limit, so there was a 5-day deadline point. Now that it was good, the Italian army that had arrived in Shanghai could directly send reinforcement to Wei Heiwei. Li Zongtang felt relieved and relieved. Most of Li Zongtang's hearts were relieved, but some people's hearts were about to rise. As one of the countries involved, the Japanese were more concerned about the arrival of the Italian expeditionary force in Shanghai. The Japanese received the news as soon as it arrived in Shanghai. As the base camp of the Japanese, Tokyo is particularly nervous. The Italian army has arrived in Shanghai. Do you have any plans to deal with it? As the first person responsible for launching the war, Prime Minister Ito Hirobumi held a royal meeting overnight. Gentlemen, now that the Italians have arrived in Shanghai, we need your full cooperation next. Although Ito Hirobumi said this, his eyes were fixed on the two navy and army ministers. Other important cabinet ministers and even Emperor Meiji also looked at the two ministers representing the military with scrutinizing eyes facing the gazes of everyone gathered. How could the two ministers of the navy and army, Takashimata Monosuke and Seigo Yumichi, ignore them? In this situation, Seigo Michi was obviously more experienced than Takashimata Monosuke, who had just served as Minister of War, and spoke first. Our Navy has used the maximum available carrying capacity to provide sufficient supplementary carrying capacity for the army. This currently puts us in a dilemma, and the army has an unshirkable responsibility. Seigo's words made Takashimata Monosuke's veins break out, and his blood pressure rise sharply. He didn't expect that the Navy would be so shameless and put all the blame on the army. Asshole, our army has been unable to capture Wei Heiwei. Your Navy has an unshirkable responsibility. After Takashimata Monosuke cursed angrily, he continued to fight back. If your Navy was willing to dispatch warships in time and join forces with our army, we would have captured Wei Heiwei's north and south forts and Liaogang Island long ago, and there would be no such trouble. What Takashimata Monosuke said was a dispute between the army and the navy some time ago. Shanks Utomo, who was deeply stressed by the siege of Wei Heiwei and Shandong, asked the navy for help, hoping that the other party could send its main warships to threaten Wei Heiwei from the sea and reduce the pressure on land. It was also his helpless decision that allowed Yamagata Aritomo, the founder of Japan's modern army, to ask for help from the navy. Although the 25,000 Japanese troops who landed on the Shandong Peninsula looked strong, only a little over 10,000 were actually able to launch an attack on Wei Heiwei. Other troops either need to guard the mountains of supplies at the Rangcheng landing site, or they need to guard against other Qing troops gathering. They also need to block Qing troops from reinforcing Wei Heiwei, and they are also responsible for transporting supplies. With the situation of moving here and there, he only has so many troops that can be used to attack Wei Heiwei. Some people may ask, since the troops are insufficient, why not send more troops up? Isn't this good? To be honest, this really doesn't work. This is not a game, just move the mouse. The Japanese army that has not yet been able to capture Wihei can only rely on Rancheng Bay to transport supplies. It can only support the current strength of the troops. No more supplies will be enough. As for conquering other places, don't even think about it. This will delay time. When the Italians are about to arrive, delaying time will increase the chance of defeat. As for the tactic of storming, it's not like Shanks and Japan has never tried it before. As long as the goal can be achieved, he doesn't care about the death or injury of soldiers. However, after trying to attack with a coalition level, he immediately gave up this idea. The Maxim and Gatling machine guns that the defenders unearthed from warships and warehouses allowed him to obtain the number of thousands killed in one day for the first time. Relying on a strong attack will not work. Relying on water to grind slowly, he does not have that time. So Shanks and Yato is in a dilemma and has no choice but to try to ask for help from the Navy. However, Yamagata Aritomo's request was rejected by the Navy on the grounds that the Navy needed to deal with the threat of the Italian fleet. In the words of Combined Fleet Commander Toyohiro, every warship in the Navy is precious and must play its maximum role. The implication is not clear yet. That's why Takashi Monosuke accused him in front of an important minister. You accusing our Navy of not cooperating with you. You can say that. After hearing the other party's blunt words, Zixiang felt angry in his heart. You want our naval warships to threaten the forts. When the Italian warships are about to arrive, you really chose a good time, didn't your Navy just get a batch of warships from South America? Can't you tell them apart at all? Takashima Monosuke was not polite and responded directly. The battleship he was talking about was the battleship Japan purchased from Chile. After Italy prepared to intervene in the Sino-Japanese War in the Far East, Japan spent £1.85 million to quickly purchase a batch of warships from Chile. The relationship between Britain and Chile allowed Japan to purchase warships so quickly. I can't help but wonder why. In addition, Japan urgently borrowed this money from the Bank of England. I have to say that the warships the British supplemented for Japan are not bad. The most commendable one is the Brad, which is a large ironclad ship with a displacement of nearly 7,000 tons, a main gun caliber of 283mm, and a speed of 18.3 knots. The fast cruiser Blanguing Carrada has also reached 4,600 tons, as well as the dome-armored cruiser Esmeralda with a displacement of 295 tons. Plus the dome-armored cruisers Arachilus and Pingdu with a displacement of 2,047 tons, and two more the torpedo cruisers Kanda and Linz with a displacement of 713 tons. Although this does not allow the Japanese Navy to gain an advantage over the Italian task force, it is at least not without the power to fight. As long as it is used properly, this war can still be fought. Of course, this is what the British thought when they didn't know that the Italian fleet had secret weapons. Seeing that the two ministers of the Navy and Army were having a quarrel, Prince Komatsunomiya Akihito, who was responsible for coordinating the Navy and Army as the Chief of Staff, had to stand up to a view. Now is not the time to discuss right and wrong. Yaren's fleet is about to arrive. The Empire of Japan is at a critical moment. I hope you two can cooperate sincerely and put aside their disputes. As a member of the royal family, Prince Komatsugu Akihito is powerful enough to suppress the two Navy and Army ministers. Sorry, we were rude. After seeing the two surrender, Ito Hirobumi, who originally wanted to stop the quarrel between the two, but was intervened by Prince Komatsunomiya Akihito, spoke again. Seigo-kun, what is your Navy's plan to deal with this? Our Navy is ready to intercept the Italian fleet at any time and prevent it from reinforcing Wihei. Yes, from Seigo's point of view, the Italian fleet is busy on the expedition and the combined fleet is waiting for work, so there is still a chance. Our army will also step up the siege of Wihei and will not let the Italians use the port. The answer from Takashi Monosuke showed the army's determination. Faced with the answers given by the Navy and Army, Emperor Meiji, who never expressed his stance easily, stood up. Very good. I'm here to wait for good news from you two. Hi, I'm willing to be loyal to the Empire. Chapter 323 Temple Calendar. As the Minister of Japan's Navy and Army expressed his position in front of the Emperor, Japan strengthened its determination to continue fighting. even if they faced Italy, one of the European powers. They wanted to try their skills. Nagasaki is currently the main base of the combined fleet. Although there is a port in Lushan with a better location, considering issues such as facilities, equipment, supply, and maintenance, Nagasaki is the best choice point. On the warships of the combined fleet docked at the port of Nagasaki, the officers and soldiers were doing their final work. Next, under the leadership of Commander Ito, they would attack the hateful Italian fleet and let them know the reputation of the Yamato man. However, these officers and soldiers did not know that Lieutenant General Ito, who led them to defeat the Biang fleet, looked at the busy naval officers and soldiers with a worried look on the new flagship Yamashiro, formerly the Chilean Navy's bullet, ironclad. I don't know how many naval officers and soldiers will be able to return to Japan during this war. If the busy Navy officers and soldiers knew that their commander, Lieutenant General Ito Yuhiro, used such words to evaluate themselves, I really don't know how they would feel. There is nothing we can do about it. Who made the enemy this time too powerful? Vice Admiral Shikikeyama, who was the chief of command of the Japanese Navy and was supervising the operations of the combined fleet, opened his mouth to relieve Ito Yuhiro. Ueshinshige's experience is somewhat legendary. He was able to jump from an army background, ranking to Army Major General, to serve in the Navy, and he also became the Minister of Military Order. How can it not be called a legend? However, although it has been 10 years since he transferred to the Navy, Ueshinsige still has one good thing, that is, he does not interfere in command and other matters. To put it simply, his nature is like a supervisor, a self-aware supervisor. Although Ueshinsige didn't know much about maritime warfare, he knew something about it. These days, Fleet Chief of Staff Colonel Ide Hashijihiro and a group of staff are working on the map every day, trying to come up with a plan to give the combined fleet a higher winning rate. There is nothing that can be done about it. No matter in terms of fleet tonnage, firepower and personnel training, the Japanese combined fleet is far inferior to the Italian task force. No, it should now be called the King Special Fleet. In order to avoid irritating the British too much, the name of the task force of Italian officers and soldiers in Shanghai was changed. Just as they were talking, Colonel Shigito Dua appeared in front of them. However, his image is not very good. His eyes are blood red, his beard is unkempt, and his military uniform smells bad. However, the words in his mouth cheered up the two lieutenant generals. Commander, this is a new plan we made overnight. Colonel Shigito Dua and the staff of his department have been fighting for many days. It is not easy to come up with a new battle plan because the gap between the Italian incoming fleet and the combined fleet is really huge. Although in the eyes of ordinary people, the Italian fleet is not much different from the combined fleet in terms of tonnage, it is only more than 10,000 tonnage. But the quality gap is not the same. The combined fleet commanders who are proficient in the Navy are not as confident as ordinary people because they know more. This is also the reason why Colonel Dua Shigino worked hard at his desk for many days, even to the point of forgetting to sleep and eat. The Italians put too much pressure on them, so they had to risk their lives. This is the latest combat plan made by our staff, and the winning rate can reach 4.5 levels. When Colonel Dayu said this, he was extremely excited, as if he had produced a perfect masterpiece. Even though the winning rate of this plan is less than half, just look at the surprised expressions of the two Lieutenant Generals Ito and Kayama, and you will know that this has moved them both. If you knew that the battle plan that the staff came up with at the beginning only had a 20% chance of winning, you would probably be the same as them. There was no way around it. Maritime operations were very particular about equipment. In addition, the Italian Navy officers and soldiers were not weaker than the combined fleet, so the Navy actually had no confidence in this battle. The commander, Lieutenant General Ito, took over the battle plan and began to read it, while Shikikeyama, who was a step slower, put half of his head in front of the battle plan. Seeing that the two lieutenant generals were looking at the battle plan seriously, Colonel Dua was explaining it from the side. Actually, we all fell into a misunderstanding at the beginning. It was too difficult for our combined fleet to defeat the Italian fleet heading north. So we must jump out of this misunderstanding in order to have a chance of winning. This time the Italian fleet actually has weaknesses. That is, it needs to escort its fleet transporting the army, so that there is space that we can use. When Colonel Dewar said this, he felt extremely excited, as if he had discovered that the goddess he had a crush on was actually a pornographic pussy. However, Lieutenant General Ito didn't care at all about Colonel Dewar's condition, so he asked him, "You organize the warships above 18 knots into the attack fleet, and the warships under 18 knots into the diversion fleet. Is this a suitable formation?" "No." Wonder Vice Admiral Ito asked this because 1/3 of the warships in the combined fleet are under 18 knots, and there are only 2 10,000-ton ships patrolling Yoshino. The Akitsuzu and the 2 more than 3,000-ton Naniwa and the Takachiho can reach more than 18 knots. In addition to the Yamashiro, Izumi and other ships purchased from Chile, the combined fleet has 10 warships that can reach more than 18 knots, with a tonnage of more than 40,000 tons. It also occupies 1/3 of the share point. As for the warships under the 18th knot, he was a little reluctant to part with them. These were purchased with great difficulty by the Japanese people, who were scrimping on food and clothing. That's right, Colonel Dewar used warships under 18 knots this time as cannon fodder. In his plan, these warships that had made great military exploits for Japan would become cannon fodder to hold back the main force of Italy. Compared with Colonel Dewar, who only needs to consider winning the battle, Lieutenant General Ito has more issues to consider. He was still a little uncomfortable with this style of playing that hurt others first. "Your Majesty, Lieutenant General, this is our only chance to win." Seeing his commander's hesitation, Colonel Dewar could only explain further. "We need warships to hold down the enemy's 3 Turin-class ships. As long as the attacking fleet can threaten the enemy's transport ships, then we need to contain the formation to block the enemy's 3 Turin-class ships that pose the greatest threat to us. As long as the enemy warships are divided into 2 parts, then our army will have a chance to win. For this, all the sacrifices are worth it. Even if I command and contain the formation." It was obvious that Colonel Dewar was willing to make sacrifices for his own plan. At this time, Colonel Dewar's plan was already clear, which was to use the Italian transport fleet as bait. However, the battle-hardened Lieutenant General Ito was not so easy to convince, so he continued to ask, "If the enemy does not follow your vision, but instead surrounds and annihilates our diversionary formation, what should we do?" Lieutenant General Ito's words directly pointed out the uncertainty of the plan. "The enemy may not follow his baton. For this reason," Colonel Dewar explained, "before I made this plan, I not only carefully read through the Italian Navy's previous combat styles and previous battle cases, but also referred to the battle cases of other European countries. I'm 90% sure that the enemy will definitely divide its troops because of the interception fleet. As long as the diversionary formation was able to stop 3 Turin-class battleships." After saying this, Colonel Dewar pretended to be relaxed. "Even if the situation we are worried about occurs, there is still a way, and that is to destroy the enemy's transport fleet and buy time for the First Army to land in Shandong. At the expense of the entire diversionary fleet, we bought at least 7 or 8 days for the army. They probably have nothing to say." Colonel Dewar's words made the 2 Lieutenant Generals' eyes light up. Although it was not the Navy's intention to shift blame, if one of the Army and Navy was needed to shoulder certain responsibilities, then there would be no more suitable candidate than the Army's horseman. Although Colonel Dewar's last hint satisfied the 2 Lieutenant Generals, Lieutenant General Kayama, as the military commander, asked another question. "If the Italian battleships use their strength and artillery power to forcefully break through the interception of the restraining fleet, what should we do?" "Idea. Osaka has a master's degree in his chest. That would be the best. We can use torpedo boats to hide behind the diversionary fleet and give them a surprise." The 2 Lieutenant Generals' eyes lit up. If the enemy really wanted to force a breakthrough, the torpedo's prestigious reputation would definitely make them think twice before doing so. Although the enemy can use the speed advantage to bypass the diversionary fleet, if he does so, the delay will be enough for the attacking fleet to use naval guns to name the enemy's transport fleet one by one. Seeing the satisfied expressions of the 2 Lieutenant Generals, Colonel Dewar pointed out the shortcomings of his plan. "This plan requires sufficient intelligence support, and we must keep track of the enemy's movements at all times. So relying on our own reconnaissance ships alone is not enough. We need the help of international friends. There should be no problem with this. I believe that international friends will be very willing to provide intelligence support. Lieutenant General Ito responded immediately. He knew who Colonel Dua was talking about. When it comes to which country in the Far East has the most powerful intelligence among the great powers, there is no one other than Great Britain. Point. If you make this request yourself, the British Empire, as a good friend of Japan, will definitely not refuse. Sorry, I had a lot of things to do before, which delayed my writing. I will try my best to correct it. Chapter 324 Attack. The Yellow Sea has high winds and rough waves in January, and experienced fishermen know that this time is very unfavorable for fishing. The sharp bow split the rapid waves, causing spray flowers to appear on both sides of the ship. The warships of the Italian task force, which the combined fleet has never forgotten, are rushing through the waves on the Yellow Sea. On the flagship Turin, Lieutenant General Alvaro, who was the commander of the fleet dispatched this time, looked at the poor sea conditions on the water, then looked at the telegram in his hand, and turned back to the captain, Colonel Leifer, and asked, "The captain of the Eagle, Major Pez, sent me another telegram. An unidentified civilian ship was spotted ahead. Why are there so many civilian ships in this area?" The Eagle mentioned by Lieutenant General Alvaro is the most cutting-edge reconnaissance cruiser of the Italian Navy. The 12 high-speed coal-fired boilers it is equipped with can provide it with power of up to 17,000 horsepower, supporting this 4,500-ton warship to run at a high speed of 24.3 knots and win the title of the world's fastest warship. Moreover, the Eagle not only runs fast, it is equipped with 4 152mm main guns and 8 120mm secondary guns, which are enough to solve a lot of troubles. It can be said to be the best among reconnaissance cruisers. Of course, most of the warships built by Italy are for the purpose of competing with France for rights and interests in the Mediterranean. Many people also believe that Japan is just a test stone for testing the achievements of Italian warships. Facing the Vice Admiral, Leifer, who was the captain of the Turin and the commander of the temporary battleship formation, immediately said with a smile, "Lieutenant General, it may have a lot to do with our proximity to the war zone. Otherwise there wouldn't be so many uninvited guests." Yes, there are too many uninvited guests. Especially when there are uninvited guests, it is even more boring. After speaking, Vice Admiral Alvaro looked behind the fleet. There were several small black dots following them closely in the distance. Needless to say, these are warships from Britain, France, the United States and other countries. These annoying guys have been following them since they set off from Shanghai. Fortunately, they do not have their own secret weapons, otherwise the fleet's position would be exposed at any time. Lieutenant General Alvaro knew the situation of his fleet clearly. Because our country participated in the Sino-Japanese War regardless of advice, the United Kingdom and the United States were very dissatisfied. Needless to say, it also had relations with France. If there was an opportunity to stab the country, it would never be missed. However, these three countries are the most powerful in the Far East, so Lieutenant General Alvaro always feels like he is being watched on the sea. Fortunately, it was just surveillance. The main force of the British Far East Fleet was still in Hong Kong, and the French Far East Fleet was also stationary in Saigon. Otherwise, we don't know what trouble would have occurred. Order: to increase the speed of all ships by 2 knots to a speed of 14 knots. Lieutenant General Alvaro planned to change the speed and play with the tail behind. As for why it is only increased by 2 knots, it is because the transport fleet can only reach this speed. As for whether increasing the speed is useful, the experienced Lieutenant General Alvaro can only tell you, "Boy, you are too young." Sure enough, as the formation increased its speed, the little tail behind immediately caused a stir. In order not to lose track of the target, they also immediately increased their speed. Of course, just increasing the speed is not enough. Necessary small actions are also indispensable. As a member of the Little Tails, the captain of the cruiser Redbud, Captain Wigginton, immediately issued an order. "Let the gunboat Stubborn immediately inform the Skylark behind us of the news that the Italian formation has increased its speed by 2 knots. As you command, Captain." Following the operation of some semaphores, the stubborn stone made a sharp turn and rushed to the rear. The Skylark is a communications ship, and its high-flying Union Jack flag declares its identity. But if you can look closer, you will find that these people wearing British military uniforms are all yellow, and they are relatively short. Yes, these naval officers and soldiers on the Skylark do not belong to the British Empire. It can even be said that the real Skylark is still in South America. This is the Sakura notification ship owned by Japan. It is also currently the fastest ship in Japan, capable of reaching a speed of 21.4 knots. Because it is of the same class as the Skylark, I pretended to be the Skylark and used it as a weapon for the combined fleet to control the Italian formation. Of course, this is only possible because of the convenience provided by the British. Otherwise the Japanese would not dare to do so, even if they had the courage to do so. And in order to avoid being spotted, the fake Skylark was dragged last. This made it look like they were following the Italian formation and the Skylark was following them. In addition, in order to ensure that the Sakura would not be accidentally captured by the enemy and cause trouble to the British Empire, several bombs were prepared on the ship. Of course, the officers and soldiers on the Sakura were also carefully selected. Now, after receiving the information conveyed by the stubborn stone, the counterfeit Skylark immediately launched at full speed, bypassing the Italian formation and heading towards Nampo. Incheon, located on the Korean peninsula, is one of the three major trading ports of the Korean kingdom, as famous as Nampo and Busan. As the port closest to the Shandong Peninsula, Incheon Port was also chosen by Ito Yu-hyung to become the temporary anchorage of the combined fleet. When the Skylark brought the news that the Italian fleet had increased its speed by 2 knots on the flagship Yamashiro, several heads gathered around a chart and watched Captain Dua perform operations on the chart. As the chief of staff of the combined fleet, Colonel Shigito Dua did a very good job in drawing. Not only did he mark the position of the Italian fleet that Sakura had just reported before setting off, he also marked the position of the Italian fleet at 12 knots and 14 knots, based on the time Sakura arrived, indicating the current location of the Italian fleet. After Colonel Dua marked the map, Lieutenant General Ito Yuhiro, the commander, looked at the chart for a while before speaking. Currently, it seems that the Italians have passed the Heizhou Bay waters and are currently 210 to 240 nautical miles away from Wiheiwari. It will take at least 24 hours. We are only 98 nautical miles away from Wiheiwari and only need about 8 hours. Although Lieutenant General Ito Yuheng was talking about the distance between the two sides, he was calculating the time when the two sides encountered each other. In other words, it is choosing the time for the two parties to encounter each other that is most beneficial to one side. In fact, the position of the Italian fleet is easy to calculate because the destination is clear, which is Wiheiwari. The starting point is also clearly Shanghai. There are only a few routes from Shanghai to Wiheiwari, and there are also trailing warships reporting their positions and the name of observation point. Therefore, the whereabouts of the Italian fleet are hidden, and everyone knows this. Of course you know, but everyone recognizes the strength of the invading Italian fleet. Otherwise, Yuhiro Ito wouldn't even have to calculate time carefully in order to improve his winning rate. After thinking for a while, Yuheng Ito took out a pencil and drew a straight line from Incheon to coincide with the possible sailing route of the Italian fleet. Order all officers and soldiers to pay attention and seize the time to prepare for rest and preparation. We will set off in 10 hours. Prepare to fight from 9 AM to 14 PM tomorrow, according to the location mark on the chart. This is the sea outside Jiaozhou Bay. Ito Yuhiro planned to hunt with the Italian fleet off Jiaozhou Bay and compete here. Chapter 325 The Great Battle of the Yellow Sea. 1. The weather outside Jiaozhou Bay in January is changeable. It was still foggy after 6 o'clock in the morning, and it didn't dissipate until 9 o'clock. Today's Jiaozhou Bay is particularly unique. Several warships flying the rising sun flag are lined up at a distance of 20 nautical miles, trying to find something. Behind these warships lurked the combined fleet led by Vice Admiral Ito Yuhiro, waiting to deliver a fatal blow to the enemy. As one of several search battleships, the Yama is a reconnaissance cruiser built by the Yokosuka shipyard in Japan. The ship was designed by the French designer Bailey. Construction started in June 1887 and was launched in March 1889. Entered service on March 15, 1890. Since the ship is used for reconnaissance, speed is its most important point. With its 6 high-pressure coal-fired boilers, the Yarma can push the reciprocating steam engine to an output of 5,600 horsepower. Although the horsepower is not high, the Yarma only has a displacement of 1,600 tons, which is enough for it to run at a high speed of 21 knots. This also makes the Yarma the core of the search formation. After all, for reconnaissance, running fast has an advantage point. Nakano Aiki also knew this truth, so he asked the officers and soldiers in the power room to be ready to flee once they encountered an enemy situation. The command lookout must be taken seriously. The safety of our entire ship depends on them. Hey, Nakano. Aiki once again emphasized the importance of the lookout post. The captain's majesty could not be refuted, so he naturally obeyed the order again. You can't blame Captain Nakano for being so nervous, because before setting off, he had just received news that the Italian fleet had the fastest reconnaissance cruiser in the world. This reconnaissance cruiser named Eagle can run at a super high speed of 24 knots. In addition, the Eagle has good weapons and equipment. It will not be a problem to defeat at least 3 ships under his feet. The Yarma Point God is Heio, who can run so fast and still fight. Who would want to meet this evil star, who can't run and can't win? What can he do? Just as I was thinking about this problem, a shout came from the lookout post. There is a plume of smoke found on the right front, Nakano. Aiki was shocked when he heard this and quickly ordered loudly, "Look carefully to see what kind of ship it is." Although Captain Nakano asked him to take a closer look, anyone who has been to the sea knows that it takes a while before the ship can be seen after seeing the smoke column. So the officers and soldiers on the Yarma could only wait uneasily. This is the mentality of hoping to find the enemy, but not wanting to be discovered by the enemy. Of course, things are not as good as expected. This is all relative. You can see the other party's smoke column, and the other party can also detect yours. Do you expect that the other party's lookout sentry is blind? It's a civilian ship. While all the officers and soldiers on the ship were waiting anxiously, the results came from the lookout post, which made everyone breathe a sigh of relief. But at this moment, another shout came from the lookout post. Red fireworks were found on the left side. They should be from the Tsukuba. The shouts from the lookout immediately attracted the attention of the officers and soldiers on the Yarma, and the officers and soldiers who had good intentions started talking about it. It's actually red fireworks. The Tsukuba must have encountered a desperate situation. It should be the Eagle. It needs to be explained here that the several reconnaissance ships of the joint fleet that went out to search, including the Yarma, were equipped with special flares, which were specially added. It hits higher than ordinary flares and the signal it sends out is more eye-catching. To put it bluntly, it is an extra large diamond sky monkey. Its only function is to send signals, to let friendly forces in the distance know the situation they are facing. Green means safety, yellow means early warning, and red means danger. Keep friendly forces away. Look, it's hit again. It's really a red signal. This time, even the officers and soldiers on the deck saw the red signal in the distance, which further showed how dangerous that Tsukuba was. Evacuate. At full speed. Quickly. In the distance where the officers and soldiers of Yarma saw, Tsukuba Captain Ichiro Matsumoto roared angrily. Although the warship with bad intentions and the telescope was flying the King Dragon flag, everyone knew that it was not a King warship. Not to mention anything else, the tonnage alone is larger than the Tsukuba at my feet, and it can also run at a high speed of 24 knots. Who else could it be? But who else could it be but that damn Eagle? The Tsukuba under my feet only had a maximum speed of 17.6 knots. This gap was too big. I had to retreat quickly. If it was too late, I wouldn't be able to leave. As for the reconnaissance mission, we can only rely on friendly forces. I wish them good luck. Following Captain Matsumoto's order, the officers and soldiers in the Tsukuba's power room were sweating profusely. They kept waving shovels with their bare arms and sent white coal into the boiler as if for free, completely ignoring that the barometer was pointing to red. Warning area point at this time, we were still concerned about the fact that the boiler pressure was too high. If the enemy ship really caught up, everyone would be dead point compared with the busy Tsukuba. The Eagle, as an uninvited guest, was much more calm point. Major Pez looked at the Tsukuba fleeing backwards in the distance in the command tower and asked his first officer calmly, "Have you sent out the news that we encountered a Japanese ship?" "It has been sent out, hasn't the Lieutenant General called back yet?" "The call back is coming." Before the first mate could answer, the staff officer from the telecommunications room rushed over with a telegram. "The Vice Admiral ordered us to find out the location of the enemy fleet and report it to them, Captain." Pez smiled when he heard the contents of the telegram. He was very satisfied with the Lieutenant General's order, so he continued. "Order everyone to prepare for battle and increase the speed. We must scare the prey into panic and let it lead us to the real nest location." Following Captain Pez's order, the Eagle, like a real eagle, pounced on the enemy at high speed point. When Captain Matsumoto on the Tsukuba saw the Eagle rushing toward him, he could only order the power cabin to maintain speed, while ordering the entire ship to prepare for battle. "I hope I can support myself in rushing back to the fleet point." About 30 nautical miles behind the Eagle, the huge Italian fleet was sailing forward. Although the Eagle's telegram has been received, before the location of the combined fleet is determined, protecting the transport fleet is still the most important task. After all, if you don't even know where your opponent is, how can you let the transport fleet leave? Of course, it's not like you do nothing point on the flagship Quirin. Lieutenant General Alvaro issued orders one after another shortly after receiving the telegram from the Eagle. Order the Aosta and Savoia to move forward 15 nautical miles to form a formation and be prepared to meet the Eagle. The Eagle is a treasure of the Italian Navy. Its high cost means that few ships of this thing can be built at all, and it is almost as much as 80% of the cost of the Venetian point. In addition, radio is really a good thing. This kind of communication equipment that does not require telegraph lines has greatly improved the Navy. He had a premonition that this thing would be very popular in the world in the future. If nothing else, at least sailing ships would be equipped with this thing. Of course, this is all a matter for the future, and taking care of this sea battle is the most important thing now. Following Lieutenant General Alvaro's order, the Aosta and Savoia immediately increased their speed and broke away from the formation, while the fleet continued to sail forward. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.